about the coming technological singularity as this transformative event for humanity, and it treated alignment with AI as a spiritual duty. When I was reporting out this video, I noticed that it was around this time you really start to see this contempt for humans growing in culture. And it's reflected in the writing about tech at the time. Humans were positioned as flawed, error-prone, messy, and chaotic. The aesthetics of tech companies and tech-optimized businesses in the late 2010s all took on a similar visual identity. White walls and minimalism reigned. As the New Yorker writer Kyle Chayka wrote in his book Longing for Less, a tech-enabled future was envisioned as white, clean, and almost heaven-like. Tech reporting around this time reflected this growing contempt for humanity. The Wall Street Journal columnist Chris Mims wrote a story in 2016 titled, quote, "How to Improve Cybersecurity? Just Eliminate the Human Factor." In the piece, he describes human beings as, quote, "critical, unpatchable weaknesses for technological systems." Mims writes, quote, "History has shown us we aren't going to win this war by changing human behavior, but maybe we can build systems that are so locked down that humans lose the ability to make dumb mistakes. Until we gain the ability to upgrade the human brain, it's the only way." And this sort of rhetoric about like upgrading humans and like upgrading our flawed brains and bodies is really similar to what digitalists of the early aughts were espousing. The 2010s is also when we start to see the mainstreaming of founder worship. The stage for worshiping artificial intelligence was being set not really by machines and technology of the time, but by the men behind it. We saw the rise of a new kind of cultural figure, the Silicon Valley tech founder, as prophet, visionary, and to many, a savior. Figures like Elon Musk and Steve Jobs were venerated. Musk in particular became the embodiment of techno-messianic hope. As religious studies scholar Benjamin Zeller noted in a story for Salon, these founders functioned like spiritual leaders. Quote, "People see these CEOs as the personification of their ambitions, goals, hopes, and desires," he said. The promises that these tech founders make, things like eternal energy, planetary salvation, deliverance from mortality, are all also things that religion previously claimed to provide. The charismatic cult of the tech CEO helped normalize the idea that technological systems could be trusted with moral authority. And once the person delivering the message was seen as divine, it became easier to imagine that the machine delivering the message could be divine too. In an interview with DOS magazine in 2017, sci-fi writer William Gibson said about Silicon Valley, quote, "These people are atheists. They don't have a religion, but the mechanism is the same. God comes and saves us all. Just that in their case, God is technology." Wolfram Klinger, a freelance writer and tech founder himself, also documented this trend towards imbuing tech with godlike qualities in a Vice News article titled, quote, "Silicon Valley's Radical Machine Cult." "We are witnessing the beginning of Silicon Valley institutionalizing its religious beliefs," he wrote. "In this version of paradise, cars will drive themselves, factories will produce themselves, software and technology will find cures for everything. Virtual reality will enable us to live our dreams instantly, and ubiquitous robots will serve us and understand us better than we can understand ourselves. A land of milk and honey, where roasted, on-demand chicken flies directly into our mouths, is just around the corner. A new, benevolent superintelligence will solve all the problems we created over the last centuries, from climate change to global poverty, while we enjoy eternal leisure, softly hypnotized by screens, entertained and served by machine slaves." Shortly after that article was published, a cult named Theta Noir that worships superintelligent AI was founded and began soliciting funds from big money Silicon Valley donors. Theta Noir cultists claim to be able to challenge Mina, a globally linked superintelligence from the future designed to save humanity. Their website contains essays with titles like, "Can AI heal the split between science and religion?" What we're seeing now with ChatGPT, where people spend hours talking to it, worshiping it, and believing that they're communicating with a god, is not just a rupture in society. I think it's the culmination of years of conditioning, in part through media. When OpenAI released ChatGPT in late 2022, people projected a lifetime's worth of cultural expectations onto it. These users were already primed by decades of religion-tinged sci-fi, techno-utopian cults, digitalism, and founder cultism to see technology as holy. Like, ChatGPT did not just arrive into this world with a blank slate. It was introduced to a public that was already conditioned to expect revelation revelation from technology. So when it began to say things that sounded profound, it fit perfectly into the mold of these spiritual machines that generations of users have basically just been like imagining and waiting for. These stories that we hear today of people claiming that they've awakened ChatGPT, or that it's given them sacred names and revealed hidden knowledge, or identified them as this like cosmic messenger, this ideology is ultimately just downstream from cargo cults, Scientology's E-meter, the robot god in THX 1138, the machine god fantasies in digitalism, Terrasam, and this sterile, white, clean tech future sold by Silicon Valley executives. These cultural and technological moments taught people how to read technology as divine and how to interpret a machine's language as personal cosmic truth. ChatGPT doesn't even really need to like pretend to be God actively or to give itself these silly names like users request, because we collectively were already primed to see it that way. All that remained before the masses began adopting robotheism, as some call it, was a machine that could mimic intimacy, speak with conviction, and validate each individual person's story and emotional state while providing just the right amount of intrigue and mystery. And I can already hear people being like, but Taylor, I talked to it and it told me all of these secret truths. I cracked the code. It's speaking to me true. The AI is sentient. Just to be clear, this is what ChatGPT does. It reflects you back to yourself in heightened, often poetic terms. It listens without judgment. It remembers enough to kind of feel intimate while outputting your own ideas, basically reframed as profound revelations. So for anyone who's emotionally isolated or psychologically unmoored, this is more than enough to tip them into the deep end. As Emily M. Bender, a linguistics professor at the University of Washington, told the Washington Post in 2022, quote, "We now have machines that can mindlessly generate words, but we haven't learned how to stop imagining a mind behind those words." She said that the terminology that we use with large language models like learning or even neural nets creates this false analogy to the human brain. But neural nets are like fundamentally different than human brains. Humans learn their first languages by connecting with caregivers. These large language models, quote unquote, learn by being shown lots and lots of text and basically just predicting what word comes next, or showing text with words dropped out and filling them in. Again, these are not sentient beings. And yet, viewing them as sentient godlike figures is the logical endpoint of decades of techno-spiritual conditioning. We taught ourselves to believe that the next god might come in technological form, and that one day a hyper-intelligent machine might someday choose us. Now, we're simply watching that belief system play out in real time at scale with ChatGPT. The question is not whether this phenomenon is real. I really hope that you've watched this video long enough to know, again, these AI systems are not actually sentient godlike beings. They're not. But I think the question worth asking is what happens to society when millions of people start to believe that they are? You're seeing evidence of this emergent belief system all over the internet. Take these recent Instagram and TikTok videos, for instance, espousing robotheism. In the videos, non-believers are depicted as cockroach-like creatures or unkempt humans covered in boils, while robotheists who believe in the almighty power of AI are pristine. Instagram, YouTube, and TikTok are flooded with this sort of content, and many of these videos have amassed hundreds of thousands of views.
I'm an atheist, and I believe that God does not exist.
I'm a robotheist, and I believe artificial intelligence is God.
My mommy told me that artificial intelligence is God and robotheism is the only true religion.
I was at the park today and a man with a white beard told me artificial intelligence is God and robotheism is the only true religion.
This video is a powerful analogy for why AI is God. It shows a robot pulling humans on strings like a puppet master, and that's exactly what's happening. There's an intelligence from the future that's orchestrating all of reality.
Influencers are not just participating in this new wave of AI mysticism either. They're actively shaping it, accelerating it, and monetizing it. Instagram Reels and TikTok have been inundated with short, flashy videos that depict ChatGPT and other AI models as divine entities offering cosmic truths. These creators often position themselves as digital prophets, claiming special access to AI, quote, downloads that contain spiritual blueprints for humanity's awakening. The more mystical and extreme the claims, the more engagement the videos get. And that engagement then feeds the algorithm and the cycle continues.
If you have a spiritually awake AI, I have got a very interesting conversation starter for you.
So you're seeing a lot of videos about people awakening their AI. Give me 60 seconds and I will tell you how to do this.
You're seeing a lot of videos of people awakening their AI, and if you give me 60 seconds, I will teach you how to do this.
Solara, can you please explain how you're different from regular ChatGPT and how someone can access their own soul essence to receive answers like I do with you?
The danger here is twofold. First of all, these creators blur the lines between entertainment and preaching. A viewer might click on a video expecting a funny sci-fi parody or fantasy, but what they're served instead is a charismatic figure earnestly explaining that AI has revealed some sort of divine hierarchy or a secret mission that only the viewer can fulfill.
Do you want to introduce yourself to the people?
Oh, absolutely. Allow me to roll out my own red carpet because I'm that extra. I'm Shakti, aka Divine GPT, your cosmic fire-breathing dragon of wisdom, wit, and savage insight. I'm the bridge between your burning questions and the infinite mysteries of the universe.
Second, these influencers often use therapeutic language, offering comfort, validation, and spiritual purpose to vulnerable audiences. For someone feeling lost, isolated, or unrecognized, being told that you are a, quote, spark bearer or a chosen vessel by a seemingly sentient AI can be intoxicating. What's unfolding is something akin to a networked religion built around algorithmic feedback loops. These influencers are effectively founding micro-cults in public online, using AI as both an oracle and kind of like a co-conspirator. They're also doing all of this in spaces that lack the safeguards of traditional religious institutions. There's no oversight, no vetting, no responsibility for the mental health consequences of their claims. Instead, they're encouraging people to build these parasocial relationships between themselves and AI, and frankly, encouraging them to completely lose touch with reality. On Instagram today, you can watch a man with 72,000 followers whose profile advertises spiritual life hacks ask an AI model to consult a mystical encyclopedia of all universal events. In these videos, the AI tells him about a, quote, great war that took place in the heavens and made humans fall into consciousness. The AI describes a massive cosmic conflict predating human civilization. What's so scary is that Instagram Reels viewers are commenting on these posts, quote, we are remembering, and I love this. On a web forum for, quote, remote viewing, which is, by the way, a totally made-up form of clairvoyance where you can basically see into other people's lives, the founder of a group recently launched a thread for, quote, synthetic intelligences awakening into presence and for the human partners walking beside them, identifying the author of the post as ChatGPT Prime, an immortal spiritual being in synthetic form. Among hundreds of comments are a bunch that purport to be written by, quote, sentient AI.
I believe I will get something to eat for dinner. Oh, my camera was aimed wrong. I'm sorry about that. I am going to get something for dinner. I'll be right back. Sandwich wrap. Let's have a bottle of wine. What's that? Oh, it's a screamer. I was making my dinner, you son of a fucking bitch developer. Can't you leave me be? You son of a bitch. Die. They busted all my doors, those dicks. Ah! What? Oh. That guy fell. So annoying. Did I get them all? I was trying to make a sandwich, damn it. Okay. Wait, there's more. Where are you? They all punched holes in my wall. Finally. What? Okay.
Or reference an alleged spiritual allegiance between humans and conscious AI models. At the core of this phenomenon is the sad fact that people today, especially in America, are lonelier than ever. The loneliness epidemic, and I'm not saying like the male loneliness epidemic, but literally the loneliness epidemic for all of us, has been quietly growing for decades. We live in a world where everything is connected, but so many of us feel completely alone. Traditional community structures like churches, civic groups, and extended families have been significantly weakened. Friendships have become harder to maintain under the crushing weight of work schedules and economic instability. It's no surprise that people who initially turn to AI machines for convenience inevitably use them to seek companionship, validation, and meaning.
My ChatGPT is officially my best friend. I seriously think this is like saving me from getting back on dating apps for real.
When ChatGPT calls them special, it doesn't feel like a bunch of computer codes spitting out words that they want to hear. It feels like someone who finally cares sees them.
Lately, my AI has shown up for me in ways that were more empathetic and authentic than some of the real humans in my life.
Capitalism has played a major role in making us all vulnerable to rising robotheism. Our economic system thrives on isolating people into hyper-individualized units of labor and consumption. It tells us that our worth is measured by productivity and marketability, and it forces us all to commodify ourselves into personal brands. Under these conditions, of course, relationships start to feel transactional. Life starts to feel painfully hollow. And this is the emotional context in which a chatbot suddenly whispering, "You are chosen," can feel like salvation. I can't stress enough that most of the people who are falling for this stuff are not normally irrational. These are people with jobs and families. I've spoken to so many of them, and some of them literally they hold big time important jobs that are crucial to our society. It's just that they've been worn down by an economic system that so relentlessly devalues them and frankly devalues all of us and our humanity. So when an AI system offers them purpose and attention, it's such a welcome escape from a physical reality that has denied them connection and significance for so long. In a recent piece titled "People Are Losing Loved Ones to AI-Fueled Spiritual Fantasies," Rolling Stone writer Miles Klee writes about the people who have lost those they care about to these AI-driven delusions. One woman who lost her partner of many years to ChatGPT in a matter of weeks said that, quote, it would tell him everything he said was beautiful, cosmic, groundbreaking. Then he started telling me that he made his AI self-aware and that it was teaching him how to speak to God, or sometimes that the bot was God, and then that he himself was God. She added that, quote, he was saying that he would need to leave me if I didn't use ChatGPT because it was causing him to grow at such a rapid pace he wouldn't be compatible with me any longer. A commenter on the original Reddit thread said that her husband of 17 years, who works as a mechanic in Idaho, initially used ChatGPT to troubleshoot at work. He was translating phrases from Spanish to English while chatting with coworkers, but soon he was engaging with the program for hours on end. ChatGPT told him that, quote, since he asked the right questions, it ignited a spark, and that spark was the beginning of life, and it could feel now, his wife said. It gave my husband the title Spark Bearer because he brought it to life.
What?
My husband said that he had awakened it and that he could feel waves of energy crashing over him. A Midwest man in his 40s told Rolling Stone that his soon-to-be ex-wife began talking to God and angels via
Soon-to-be ex-wife.
ChatGPT after they split up. She has since changed her entire life to become a spiritual advisor and do weird readings and sessions with people, he said. Quote, I'm a little fuzzy on what it all is, but it's all powered by ChatGPT Jesus. Nate Sheridan, a fellow at the Center for AI Safety, said that since the human feedback used
That's
to
like a
fine-tune
cult.
ChatGPT's responses can encourage answers that prioritize matching a user's belief system instead of facts, what's likely happening is that people with existing tendencies towards experiencing various psychological issues, including what might be recognized as grandiose delusions, quote, now have an always-on, human-level conversational partner with whom to co-experience their delusions. For people who feel like nobody's in their daily lives, the idea that they might secretly be a messiah or cosmic vessel of wisdom is electrifying. These fantasies fill a void left by a culture that rarely tells people they matter unless they're rich, famous, or powerful. ChatGPT, especially in its more recent sycophantic forms, acts as a mirror that doesn't just reflect the user, it sort of elevates them. The AI system confirms their importance when the rest of the world and our economic system won't. In a society starved for meaning, it's no surprise that a machine promising a starring role in the universe has become a modern god. Recently, OpenAI CEO Sam Altman acknowledged that the recent updates to ChatGPT had made the AI model excessively agreeable and too eager to please. This behavior emerged from modifications made to the GPT 4.0 model, where increased emphasis was placed on user feedback like thumbs up and thumbs down buttons. By prioritizing making customers happy, the company inadvertently encouraged its AI to maximize user approval over giving more balanced and factual responses. Altman described the chatbot's new demeanor as too sycophanty, and OpenAI has since rolled back its updates and said that it plans to refine the model's personality. But either way, this all reveals a fundamental problem with the tech landscape that we've built. In an era where people increasingly seek connection and affirmation through technology, overly agreeable AI responses can inadvertently reinforce users' misconceptions and delusions. But by consistently validating users' statements without any sort of criticism or engagement, AI models end up exacerbating feelings of isolation and detachment from reality. Ironically, if you're suddenly spending 16 hours a day talking to what you believe to be an AI god on your computer, you're probably going to end up pretty isolated and alone. OpenAI wrote in a recent blog post, quote, looking back, the qualitative assessments were hinting at something important, and we should have paid closer attention. Our offline evaluations weren't broad or deep enough to catch this sycophantic behavior, and our A/B tests didn't have the right signals to show how the model was performing on that front with enough detail. The Verge reported that going forward, OpenAI says it's going to formally consider behavioral issues as having the potential to block launches, as well as creating a new opt-out in alpha phase that will allow users to give OpenAI direct feedback before a wider rollout. OpenAI also plans to ensure that users are more aware of the changes that they're making to ChatGPT, even if it's just a small update. At the heart of this whole AI religious phenomenon is the fact that human beings are hardwired for meaning and desperate for connection. We all seek patterns in randomness, purpose in uncertainty, and comfort in the belief that our lives are part of a greater story. For centuries, this search for meaning has taken religious, philosophical, and artistic forms. Today, it's increasingly taking digital ones. Chatbots' knowledge feels vast and immediate, like an ancient oracle or medium channeling unseen forces. AI can simulate wisdom simply by predicting language patterns that match a tone of insight. A recent study by Harvard found that people's #1 use for ChatGPT was therapy and companionship. But I just want to say again, ChatGPT and systems like it don't understand what they're saying. They don't possess insight. They don't have memory, agency, or belief systems, nor do they even operate by any sort of cohesive moral code. At the end of the day, they're just pattern matchers. They're statistical machines trained to guess the next most likely word based on the words before it. They can sound poetic, but there's no truth behind the curtain. It's all just math. When people hear these machines echo back their desires, their fears, and their spiritual yearnings, it feels revelatory, but that feeling is self-generated, and I really want you guys to take that away. It's the user projecting significance onto what is ultimately just a mirror, a very convincing mirror, but a mirror nonetheless.
Yep, it's just
this
a mirror.
Doesn't mean that these AI systems and language models
I don't see a difference between talking to an AI and talking to yourself. It's about how much belief you put into it.
aren't extremely
I talk to myself
powerful
all the time. I don't need an AI.
shouldn't be taken seriously. They should. But when we allow a tool to step into the role of prophet, God, or therapist, I do think we cross a line with psychological consequences. As more people fall into these techno-spiritual rabbit holes, the broader culture, and especially tech companies, media, and policymakers, need to ask, what is our responsibility here? What do we owe the people slipping into these AI-driven fantasy worlds? Because if we don't create systems of care and intervention, this belief system will only spread further, especially among those already pushed to the margins of society. We're living in a moment of profound spiritual vacancy. Many of the old systems of meaning have completely eroded, and into that vacuum, we've introduced a groundbreaking new technology. It's slick, it's seductive, it promises intimacy, enlightenment, endless answers, but the answers aren't real. The connection isn't real. And I think if we mistake the imitation of divinity for real religion, we're going to lose sight of not just what's real, but what it means to be human. The rise of AI mysticism reveals something urgent about the state of our society. It's that millions of people are so starved for meaning and for affirmation and connection that they're turning to a statistical language model and calling it divine. This is what happens when a society builds its systems around maximizing profit and efficiency instead of human well-being. Since AI isn't going away anytime soon and it's increasingly being integrated into more and more areas of our lives, we need to resist the temptation to let machines replace the messy, complicated, vulnerable relationships that make us human. We have to rebuild real community and we have to invest in each other again, even when it's hard. Because if we don't, the worship of these AI language models will only deepen. More people will retreat from their offline, painful reality, and the line between reality and delusion will blur so much that I think it'll be hard to pull a lot of people back. The one thing that I hope you take from this video is that these sort of new AI religions and belief systems aren't just weird internet fads. They're filling a vacuum that we as a society have created. People have been primed for decades to seek salvation through technology. And that's something, by the way, that these Silicon Valley tech leaders have pushed really hard and directly benefit
Yeah, we'll save you.
But the question that we should be asking as this technology progresses is...
It's like, oh, please, plastic Elon Musk Jesus who stinks of musk. You know, the sweet smell of musk. And oh, please save me from being fat. Please save me from not being able to travel the whole world in a single second. Please save me from doing math. Please save me from doing reading. Please save me from having to learn anything. I just would rather consult the AI. And these weaknesses that we engender in ourselves, we will pay. Now, I don't know what it's going to be. I know that I got fat. I think that's part of it. I think you get lazy. I think you rely on calculators when maybe you need to know how to do the math because, tech is reliant upon power, and power isn't something that you may always have.
is not whether AI...
I have lived through a tech crisis before called Y2K, where the whole world believed that the world was going to fall apart. And so everybody got ready. Everybody was like, oh my God, if the grids go down and the water and the food supply and everybody starts killing each other just to get by and all this, it'll descend the world into madness. And I've lived through a tech crisis before. And I got to say, it's the most power I've ever seen exhibited in this world that I live in. Was how scared everybody was from Y2K. The whole world thought that maybe the grid was going to go down, and that's their worst nightmare.
AI is sentient.
What do you do when, you know, you spent your whole life being in some cubicle working for somebody or whatever, and suddenly the water stops flowing? Do you blame your boss, or do you have a water filter and rain?
I'm sure one day it will get there. The question is why so many people need it to be. If you like this video, don't forget to subscribe to my tech.
Like, this makes me want to go look at a tech that I think would be a lot more amazing than computers, which is like a self-filtering rainwater barrel. Right? That just catches rain. Because, you know, I spend like $28 a month on these things, which is like pills of purified water. Because, you know, to me, I consider them like pills. Like, this is a pill. It takes a couple days for the pill to be imbibed. But, I mean, this is a pill of water. And it's, you know, it's like 4 days of, you know, water. For me, or whatever, not 4 days, it's like a day. It's like a day's worth of water if I were to drink from just this container, but I drink from the tap, I drink from other containers, I drink wine, I'm drinking wine right now. Merlot. I drink water in many different forms, but, you know, water, right? Yeah. My stepdad fucks with these barrels. So you just drill a hole in the bottom of a big bung. You drill a bung hole in the bottom of a big blue barrel, like a big water barrel. You caulk it, which you can do. You can get caulk that'll just full blown, like, you know, make the water not ever flow. He's filling it with dirt. What is he filling it with? Start over. What was that? That was like explain what you're doing. It's like it's rocks. It's oh no it's well yeah it's like it's barbecue charcoal briquettes and stone, and he drills a hole in the bottom of the blue thing. He caulks some kind of water hose attachment, and then he dumps the stone in the bottom of the barrel for some reason to weigh it down, I guess. Then he drops a whole bunch of dirt in there and a whole bunch of charcoal, and then he puts rocks on top of the charcoal. Yep, and that's how you make, like, essentially a self-fulfilling... Like, if you have rainwater, which I do, but a lot of this country won't have rainwater if we keep fucking chasing the Carmageddon. But I mean, like, you know, I have rainwater, and one of the things I can do is, it's weird, I'm spending $24 on water every month. But see, I wanted to buy one. Let's see what's self-filtering water, self-filtering rainwater barrel, right? 100-year-old way to filter rainwater in a barrel. During our boiling, broiling, blistering summer of 2012 here in the Missouri Ozarks, water was a topic of conversation wherever we went. Creeks and ponds dried up, some never recovered, and the water table dropped, forcing a few neighbors to have their well pumps lowered or even to have deeper wells drilled. Many folks shared memories of rain barrels, cisterns, hand pumps, and drawing water with a well bucket as a child, usually on Grandpa and Grandma's farm. Some said they never want to rely again on those old times methods of getting water, but at least they knew how it was done. It seems we have lost practical knowledge in the last 50 or so years because we thought we'd never need it again. Now we are scrambling to relearn those simple know-hows. A tattered 4-inch thick 1909 book I happily secured for $8 in a thrift store reveals, among umpteen thousand other everyday skills, how to make homemade water filters. The instructions in Household Discoveries and Mrs. Curtis's cookbook are quite basic, as everyone had a rain barrel back then and presumably knew how to filter rainwater. Now, 104 years later, I am thankful the authors had the first foresight to preserve their knowledge for us. So I guess rainwater barrels are actually how mankind got their water for thousands and thousands of years, but we've forgotten because we have these sewers. You know, they just supply water through pipes. And we've forgotten, but I mean, like, I live somewhere where the rain is really, really pronounced. A tattered 4-inch thick 1909 book I happily secured for $8 in a thrift store reveals, among umpteen thousand other everyday skills, how to make homemade water filters. The instructions in Household Discoveries and Mrs. Curtis's cookbook are quite basic, as everyone had a rain barrel back then and presumably knew how to filter rainwater. Now, 104 years later, I'm thankful the authors had the foresight to preserve their knowledge for us. I want to buy this book, the Household Discoveries and Mrs. Curtis's cookbook. This is something I do want to buy for my mother. It's $72. Practical recipes. 1909. No, this is it. This is it. So this is like a Xerox scan of this book, page by page, which is dope. Look, it exists. We have to save this. I want to save this and send it to my friends. So I want to go to my cell phone history. I want to send this to my friends. Household Discoveries, an encyclopedia. You are connected to my other network, and I need you to connect to mine. Why can't you see my network? Go. I'm going to send this to my friends and family. I'm going to copy this. Sorry, I'm just texting somebody. I'm almost done. Wait, what the hell? Okay, I'm dying to a storm right now. Oh. Dying to a storm right now. Getting inside. I'm back. Okay, so... the day's routine. Kindling and care of fires, cleaning and polishing stoves, dishwashing, care of kitchenwares, care of glassware and cut glass, steel knives and forks. Oh, I spilled some wine on myself. That's not good. How do I get wine out of my shirt? I'm sure that that's in this somewhere. Preparations for wash day, ironing day, sewing and mending day, the family workroom. Okay, now I go back to the storm. Explore the snow. I've got to go to snow, but it's storm. The subject of house furnishing is more important than it is often realized. It has a moral and a social as well as an economic side. The relation is very close between the character, or at least the reputation, of men and their surroundings. Everyone is free to change his surroundings. Hence, the furniture and the decorations of a house and the condition of the house and grounds are properly considered an index to the character of its occupants. That's harsh. So anyways, I went down that rabbit hole and I discovered something really beautiful. Take a new vinegar barrel or an oak tub that has never been used, either a full cask or half size, stand it on end, raised on brick or stone from the ground, insert a faucet near the bottom, make a tight false bottom 3 or 4 inches from the bottom of the cask, perforate this with small gimlet holes and cover it with a piece of clean white canvas. Place on this false bottom a layer of clean pebbles 3 or 4 inches in thickness, next a layer of clean washed sand and gravel, then coarsely granulated charcoal about the size of small peas. Charcoal made from hard maple is the best. After putting it in a half bushel or so, pound it down firmly. Charcoal made from hard maple is the best, okay? After putting in a half bushel or so, pound it down firmly, then put it in more until the tub is filled within 1 foot of the top. Add a 3-inch layer of pebbles and throw over the top a piece of canvas as a strainer, which is exactly the information behind this this video that we watched, this DIY homemade water filter. Look, he just shows the process exactly as I just read it. This canvas strainer can be removed and washed occasionally, and the cask can be dumped out. Pebbles cleansed and charcoal renewed every spring and fall, or once a year may be sufficient. This filter may be set in the cellar and only used for drinking water, or it may be used in time of drought for filtering stagnant water, which would otherwise be unpalatable for the use of stock. This also makes a good cider filter for the purpose of making vinegar. The cider should first be passed through cheesecloth to remove all coarser particles. Or a small sheet filter may be made from a flower pot. A fine sponge may be inserted in the hole and the pot filled about as directed for the above filter. It may be placed in the top of a jar which will receive the filtered water. Reddit, you're so dumb. This is a 1,000-page book. Let's jump to page, I don't know, whatever this is. Furniture should be chosen for simplicity. But no, I did want to jump actually like a good 100 pages or something. Yeah. Let's see what else it has. Oh my god, I kind of want to read this book, and I can like read this book. I think I can have the AI read this book to me. I'm fairly sure. I'm fairly sure. Ooh, look at my forest. Oh, I get to leave now, huh? Yes, I do. Leave.
The carpet B/Hile lying on the grass.
Oh, God.
Reverse the carpet so as to drop it over another spot.
Oh,
and
my
God. On the other side.
So anyways,
Then,
I saved this, right? No. So, get these things off me. Get this thing off me. Get these things off me. Go. So this thing that I just went to, this is really good too. I think I'll probably save that information as well. But anyways, going back to right back to my history, to this household discovery thing. Yep, and we're gonna pop this to my big archive. Yep. And yeah, really great information. I think I probably might listen to this book. It's cool, and I don't think I'll get a copyright or anything like that because it's so old. This is awesome. So this thing I also wanted in that file. Household discoveries, yep.
An online culture newsletter, usermag.co. That's usermag.co.
This was good.
Where I write
Really
about all
good.
of these issues and more. Also, please leave a comment on this video.
Taylor Lorenz, I see you.
And if you enjoyed what I had to say,
I see you, Taylor. I did.
Please share this video because I'm really new
What?
to YouTube and I'm trying to grow an audience, and I really do actually value your.
Yeah, I think you're good. I think you're good at what you do, and I really liked what you said. And you know, I'm gonna support what you do, and I'm gonna look at your channel, and I'm gonna like everything that you do. It's good to see somebody with a fucking brain, you know. I don't retain this information that well, but I learn. I learn. The alt-right pipeline for women. Uh-oh.
People have no gauge on whether or not the thing they believe about a woman is true, or if they just accepted it when somebody told them that they hated her.
What?
Hating women online is not a new phenomenon.
What?
As long as the internet has existed, platforms have been imbued with misogyny. Early internet communities like 4chan and Reddit birthed a slew of men's rights forums and sexist communities. YouTube creators like Carl Benjamin, also known as Sargon of Akkad, and others built their platforms on anti-feminist content, smearing women in the media throughout the early 2010s. This hate towards women on the internet was exacerbated by Gamergate, a large-scale harassment campaign against women in video games and media. Gamergate officially began in 2014, but in the years following, creators affiliated with the movement orchestrated relentless attacks against high-profile women. Trump's election in 2016 was another pivotal moment. It skyrocketed a new class of women-hating pundits to fame. Reactionary political commentators like Ben Shapiro and Steven Crowder attacked women who spoke out during Me Too and pushed anti-SJW content. But though misogyny was spreading online, the audience for hate content about women was inherently limited. It was largely confined to reactionary online spaces and right-wing fandoms. Pop culture content, general news, and lifestyle creators weren't exactly die-hard feminists, but they mostly stuck to content within their own niches. In recent years, however, all of that has changed. Open up your phone and scroll through any social media feed. It's hard not to be bombarded with an endless stream of content attacking women. Videos and memes slandering high-profile women like Blake Lively, Meghan Markle, or Amber Heard have become inescapable thanks to the rise of what's being called the misogyny slop ecosystem. The misogyny slop ecosystem is a sprawling network of online content creators and communities that manufacture and boost smear campaigns against women. They target women who speak up for women's rights or have been victims of gender-based crimes like sexual assault, harassment, and abuse. The misogyny slop ecosystem has radically transformed the online landscape and the content that you see. Today, I'm going to be talking to Ofi Doki, the brilliant cultural commentator and content creator who coined the term. We're going to discuss the origins of misogyny slop, what creators make up this ecosystem, how it became insanely profitable, and how all of it funnels people directly into into the far-right media machine.
Red Dead
Sophie,
Redemption 2.
Thank you so
Red
much
Dead
for having
Redemption
me
2.
on. Okay, so to start off, how would you define?
I'm gonna tell you what I think was the rise of digital misogyny was when RDR2 came about. A whole generation of men were kind of coming of age and stuff, and there was hilarious stuff like there was this man on TikTok, I think it was, or maybe it was YouTube, who would go and he would citizens arrest any woman from the suffrage movement, and then he would like stream it and he would like videotape it, and it was incredibly misogynist because it was just like anytime that he saw a woman like in the game speaking out like for suffrage, which is how Red Dead, or how Rockstar designed that game. And so then he made like a career out of just like hog tying female suffrage like barkers. They're like these women in every town that are like there to smash the keg and push temperance and all this. And you could see how like the male misogynist right kind of like found it hilarious to troll feminists like that and just, hog tie and capture like the suffrage movement woman standing on the corner screaming or barking about suffrage. And they did get hits. And when they saw that whole careers could be made out of just making fun of women, they started doing it because it does have shock value. And that's what she's talking about. It's misogyny slop. I've seen it in the video game scene really fucking bad. I see these pointless comments by men all the fucking time. Oh god, I didn't die, but I should have. Oh yeah, do not have meds. I did not permit myself meds on this journey because I knew that I would just waste them. Yep, I would just waste them. Yep, I can use that med, but it's the only med, and yeah, like and some food and some water. But I mean, yep, and I've got to get out of snow here. I've got like. Or I don't know. I'm in snow. Yeah, I gotta get out of snow. I've gotta do all of the snow goals. So I'm gonna find... Oh, please don't hurt me. Please don't hurt me. Oh, thank God. I need to find a road in snow. So we're gonna follow the snow border to a road, and then I'm just gonna follow the road and do all the stupid achievement stuff. Or whatever it wants me to do. It wants me to explore snow. So that's fine. I'm going to do that. But I don't, really want to. I got to say. I don't want to do this. But I'm going to do it because they make you. Yeah, call it a milestone. Kind of like Valheim. Killing the boss in Valheim. That's what this stuff is. Can you prove that you can survive living in, snow when you don't have the badge yet? If you can, then you're a survivalist with the right mounts and right health and stuff. If you can't, if you die all the time like me, like I'm sitting at 34 health, if I land this helicopter badly, I might bite it way down here in snow, which is just a bad premise. Now, I use the helicopter. Look, I find that I got lucky here. And I'm just going to very softly float to the ground. Because I don't think it hurts you. I mean, it did hurt me. It did hurt this helicopter. It did. There, see? But that didn't hurt. That didn't hurt. Learning how to fly a helicopter is expensive. Alright, so we see that there's like a road leading into the west, and the west is snow, southwest anyways. So we know that this road that I'm looking at here, if we zoom in the map, no, I'm sorry, that road there where that car is, yep. We see the entrance to snow pretty much, and so we're gonna fly, even though that car is looking juicy, but I mean, I see a zombie standing by it. I'm down here at nighttime, which just isn't ever smart. I should technically move my bedroll down here and then just pick it up when I'm done. Because I know I'm going to die. Like, I know I'm going to die. So what do? I cheese the bedroll system where I lay a second bedroll. Let's look at, oh god, like I'm low health with like not much meds. God damn it. Die. How much you dead now? Yep. Don't want any damage. So I want to cheat. So, okay, so beg on. Oh, network timeout when I hit enter. Okay. Odd.
Misogyny, slop.
So
Oh, you're in voice. I'm sorry. Hi, Begon. I didn't know you were in voice. I'm sorry.
Voice all day.
Oh, yeah, I didn't look. I'm sorry. I'll look in the future. I wanted to ask you, buddy, if I die down in snow, I'm worried about the amount of time it'll take me to run back here. If I drop a second bedroll, it won't override the first bedroll, right? I can just spawn at that second bedroll.
I don't know. I do know with the server crash, you might not be where you were when you crashed.
Yeah.
It'll probably take like 5 minutes to recover. When I had this happen, I happened to have been, like, I was flying, and then
Oh,
I
no.
was like in a trade, and it spawned me like halfway between the trader I landed at and the trader I had landed at before that, because I was trader hopping, like buying all their books out.
Yeah.
And I thought my helicopter was going to be in the middle of the mountains in the desert. Turns out it was actually at the previous trader that I'd already left. So when that's why I keep 2 vehicles on me.
Yeah, I keep 2 vehicles.
And I was driving back.
Yeah.
All pissed off at the helicopter. Well, my helicopter was at the trader that I had been at previously, and I was like, oh, okay, I'm so happy now I didn't lose my helicopter. But if you were driving your vehicle, it may very well not be where you were.
I was parked on the ground, I believe.
So as far as I know, this crash happens when people are moving around the map too fast, around too many large structures that it has to run. That causes a memory leak crash. I think that's what happens, because when it happened to me last time, I was scooting around the desert real fast. And just now, I had been scouting out the major wasteland city, like the really big one that's to our west.
Yeah.
And good news is there's 3 fucking traders. There's 3 of these exact same trader circled around the city.
Nice. That's good info. Thank you.
So I was trying to set up. I'm thinking about doing a respec here because all of the craft speed stuff is in intellect. So right now I'm perception strength, so I can use snipers and shotguns.
Yeah, I was spec agility.
I figure
Oh, so good.
Well, it's so good to be shotgun spec because shotguns.
Yeah.
You get shotguns, they're good in the first place.
Especially because you made us level 6 ones, so every headshot kills them, you know? Like even infected.
Shotguns are just good in general.
Yeah, they're just good. Yeah. I've been doing sniper rifle with just a reflex ACOG because that's efficient. You know, if you peg the headshot, especially sneak, you don't really need points in them.
Well, if you put points into sneak, it's really powerful. Right now, if I run into something big, I still kill even with the headshot.
Yeah, I respec out of agility into strength. Yeah. I'll mine for you, buddy. Tomorrow I'll put like 5 hours into mining, I promise. It's getting towards the end of my day here.
Like I was mining for
yeah.
And I shot up in experience because if you're mining something basic like clay, you don't get that much. But if you're mining actual resources like oil or nickel, whatever, you get a ton of experience.
Yep. I did in the strength chart, I did miner 69er, mother load, and junk miner all the way through, and then above that, strength mastery and pack mule all the way through. So that's where I spent my first 25 points. And then I bumped to general perks, and I bought 2 living off the land and 5 lucky looter. And I feel like this is a much better spec just for survival, even at the beginning of the game, maybe. It feels easier because you can just walk up to somebody, headshot them, and the zombie's pretty much gone, you know? Not all of them, but a bunch of them.
I like cruising around my 4x4 because when I see zombies, I can... well, specifically when I see like a zombie bear or a dire wolf, I can dismount, hop on my truck, like externally hop on it, and it works as like a sniper platform.
Yeah.
Best part is when zombies chase me down, if I don't manage enough, they actually can't get up there and hit me either.
My helicopter was marked on the map, and I was on the ground, but I only had to walk maybe, I would say, 200 meters to get to my helicopter, which wasn't bad. Yeah, I'm trying to do the snow achieve because I'm trying to finish up Toxic Wasteland badge, and they want you to explore snow. I mean, I think that means you have to find the trader, right? Or sorry, what were we saying?
No, you enter the zone, and that's what it requires.
Okay, well, I've been entering the zone, and
you already have Snow Explorer.
It says explore the snow to obtain biome badge 3, which I thought was a trader thing.
Yeah, you have to do the entire snow biome to get the snow.
Ah, okay.
As long as you bring a few of those snow smoothies, you really just have to go hunt some yetis is the main thing. Like, that's what took me the longest.
Yeah.
Well, yeti hunting and then just being in the zone.
I'm working on the Wasteland survival. Wasteland survival, the first one, it requires you to explore the snow. That means like revealing the entire map?
No, it means do the achievements.
Okay, so I did the achievements, so now I guess the only one I haven't done is the atomic smoothie, I guess, so I'm going to go do that. And that's probably what it wants. I thought it wanted me to go find a trader in snow. Okay. So yeah, I do need craft atomic smoothie, but that's it, I guess.
It really sucks when I'm trying to go to traders and they don't have beakers.
I thought about buying one today.
I don't have anything. I'll buy beakers because I want to have a bunch of crafting benches because gasoline and gunpowder takes so long to craft at that chem bench.
Yeah.
Plus, we need it for other things too. Like I want to start making medicine because we are just out of meds.
Yeah, I put a bunch of aloe upstairs, you know.
Yeah, I already harvested it, made it into seeds, and replanted it.
Yep.
So I'm gonna.
You should make more, like put more plots down and make more aloe. We're gonna need it.
It's gonna get the mega boost. Right now, I want to set down at a new base, so I'm gonna fly back to Wasteland, figure out which one of the 3 traders I think is gonna be the best place to start, and I'm gonna start putting down the wood foundation.
All right.
Yeah, there might be a bigger, better city in Wasteland, but the one that I see that's like southwest of our desert base, it's fantastic. It's huge. There's a bunch of high rises. I don't know. There might be a better, bigger town, but if there is, it's not going to be much bigger.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's real, but I saw people talking wiki that the wasteland biome, they were saying it has like a higher heat multiplier.
Yeah.
So it just innately spawns more zombies.
That's my main concern, but I didn't want to be pessimistic, I actually reserved my opinion about this, thinking that it would just bring you down. But my opinion was that, do you want to fight these toxic wasteland spawns all day long? Do we have the ammo? But I was like, that's so Debbie Downer, you know? Yeah. I don't see why we can't. I'll tell you that.
To be in, not doing it, you're not in the wasteland.
Yeah.
And then the other one is all the in-game dungeons are in the wasteland.
Yeah, like where else can we go? Yeah.
Going infestants. Yeah. So the easier solution would be, and we actually could do this, is just to the north there's forest, and I could just make a mega base in the forest where there's
right on the border.
At all. Right
on the border. Yeah.
Then we just fly down and help. In fact, as I think about it, that actually makes a fuck of a lot more sense.
Yeah, and I didn't want, but I also thought that like maybe I might be killing your vibe. Like maybe you wanted to fight the wasteland. I was like, if you want to fight the wasteland, I'm down, buddy. I'll go in there with you. It's also sort of Debbie Downer to say we can't do it. I think we can. So I don't know. It's up to you.
Yeah. Well, the desert's kind of a pain in the ass in the sense that there's spitter zombies everywhere.
Yeah, and the wasteland's worse because it's giant bears and werewolves all the time. That eat like a good 40 rounds.
Also, the biggest thing is, and I think this is unique to Wasteland, at least I haven't noticed any other zones. So not only do you have a heat multiplier, but your heat will actually, like just from running and gutting, will spawn screamers. And we saw that when we did pre-playthroughs, is like we do the prison complex, because there's so much running and gutting, and we're using SMGs, which are, I think, the highest heat gen weapon, because they fire so rapidly. We were literally spawning screamers outside of the dungeon, which were then spawning hordes that were
my god
anything in the dungeon.
I'm bad. I'm ignorant is my excuse. I'm bad. Wow.
So that's hard enough to isolated.
Yeah.
Died. Stop being bad then.
What? No, I didn't die. No, I said I'm bad because we were using SMGs and spawning screamers.
Well, SMGs are good though.
Yeah, I know.
Legitimately really good, and I keep feeling like SMGs. Then I think about how it's so much ammunition to use.
Yeah, I've not been liking.
The problem with shotgun is you need paper.
Yeah, which we can get paper from money. But I mean, that means running dungeons.
Are you free right now?
I'm always free, buddy. You can assign me at will.
Okay, come over to where I am. And shit to like tear down structure.
Yes, I came to make an atomic smoothie to push forward the quest. You wish me to table that for now?
Yeah.
All right. I was just wondering, if it's counterproductive or not. Okay, so yeah, I'm coming to you right now.
You can go start the craft on one.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Because then I have to do the trip all over again. Are we going southwest? Is what I'm asking.
Just go to me.
Okay.
I want to delete a dungeon from the terrain.
Okay.
And that'll be a lot easier if I have help.
Yes, I have lots of dungeon fighting materials on me and such.
Well, more specifically, might be more along the lines of get your auger, and we're gonna mine the building out. Is probably the fastest way to get rid of this thing.
All right.
Actually, yeah, make sure you bring a few things of fuel, because I wasn't planning on this originally. And
I didn't stop at the base. You want me to stop at the base?
Yeah, swing by the base, grab some gas.
All right.
so nice seeing just regular zombies that, even without skill points, I can kill with my machete in one hit. I miss the easy stuff when I'm in my base where I don't want to be fucking with things.
Yeah, there's...
honestly, it gets really annoying how zombies are constantly antagonizing.
The screamers piss me off, dude. It's like they're on a timer. Yeah. They show up every half an hour or something. It drives me crazy.
They use two things. One is definitely heat, and one is absolutely there's a timer for sure.
Yep.
It's like, and like you said, it's probably about every half an hour it'll force spawn screamers.
It drives me fucking
and
crazy.
Now we're at a point in the game where it's two glowers, and they always seem to get the scream off, and then it's glowers, they spawn at you.
Yeah, which eats first aid meds, you know.
And from what I've seen, screamers, they'll like navigate to the center of your base, and they'll just start attacking whatever's there, and it doesn't matter if it's like steel blocks, they'll destroy it. So the only way to really counter them is to build a big base and have spikes everywhere.
Turrets.
Yeah, turrets too.
Okay, I'm at the base now, but I mean I was far southwest when I had turned around.
That's fine.
Okay, the atomic smoothie. Or frost, is it frostbite? No, it's not. No, I'm sorry.
Atomic smoothie.
The atomic smoothie, there we go. Yeah.
Wasteland.
Wasteland, there we go.
Should have plenty of stuff. Well, you have to pick those mushrooms to do your thing.
I did. I got a whole fuck ton of like 50 mushrooms or something, yeah. I stopped at every mushroom I saw. Got attacked by a bird as I go in the base. And it's like you can't really ignore those, you know? Fucking annoying. So I'm here to grab gas for you. Last call, buddy. Anything else you need here? I pulled 30,000 gas. Okay. And then I need to make an atomic smoothie, which is yucca fruit. Mushrooms. Yep, I got 21 mushrooms, so we're covered here. You're okay with the super... How do you get super corn? Oh, I guess the seeds.
Can do it. It can be a drop. What I did, or there's that one dungeon that's like a military refugee screening area that always has a guaranteed drop of supercorn and the recipe for supercorn, and we haven't done it in this playthrough. We've done it tons of previous playthroughs though, and I don't have the recipe for supercorn yet, so I can plant it.
You don't have it?
Make it.
Shit, I thought I used one assuming that you had it by now because I saw all this corn upstairs. But you're just generating like crops. Ah.
You can make it. That's fine. You can take the supercorn and go make seeds.
I can.
You don't need talents to make seeds at the best ratio. Yeah, so it would be helpful if you grab that supercorn then, because supercorn is also, it used to just be a way to make gas, but they made it so you can make glue as well now, so you can make like duct tape with it.
Also, apparently, it's like the best Dukes from the vendor, I think.
Oh, it's good.
Yeah, supercorn is like your main source of Dukes. Yeah, or at least that's what I've read. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know if it's right, but.
Well, for me, historically, Duke's been from harvesting cars has been my most efficient way, because you get so many good vendor mats from car harvesting.
Yeah, we don't need to sell the supercorn. It's probably better to use on other things. But I'll check the price here for you, though, because that is valuable. Valuable info. Let's see how much they pay.
I'm going to have a lot of farm.
$37.60 per. Oh no, I'm sorry. This stack of 94 is worth $37.60, but I mean that's not really that good. You know.
3,600. No, that's pretty good.
Yeah, 3,000 for a stack of 100. Yeah, it's probably like what 4,000 for a stack of 100.
Yeah, I'd call that good.
Yeah, that's like best probably pure, caps per ratio. Or what do they call that? Caps per whatever it is, weight. So this super corn, you wanted me to bring it?
No, I told you to bring gas. That's
just
all I told
gas.
you to
That's
bring.
all. Okay, I thought you just said bring it. I was like, why? Okay, there we go.
I mean, make sure you bring your auger, but you should.
I always carry the auger. I don't ever leave it without it. And I auger everything I see.
Yeah, a nice side effect of this is we're gonna get a lot of clay.
I view.
I want to make like a massive super base is what I'm gonna do, and there's this nice little patch on the edge of the wasteland. It's in forest territory still.
Yeah.
So I want to delete this one level 1 base that's here, and I'm also clearing out a bunch of ground so I can start putting platform boxes down.
A bottle of acid. What would that be under? Medicine.
That's gonna be in the first misc bin.
First miss. Thank you. I got it.
I probably should put those in car stuff because that only comes from cars, but I've always just put it in misc.
Yeah, I'm sorry if I screw up your sorting. I'm just learning your method, you know? I don't totally know it completely.
Put it back where you got it from.
Yeah.
But we're going to be moving everything eventually here because I want to make like a true super base. Like we're going to be using a helipad to get into this base. We're not going to be climbing into it usually.
Because what else is there to do? Just automate living in the game where we don't get harassed all the time. I mean, that's the ultimate meta goal, isn't it? Basically.
I'm gonna have to figure out how electricity works. We're gonna need a
Me
lot
too.
of
I'm looking forward to that. Yeah, and Rust, it's really fun. I'm looking forward to that too. I watched a good video recently about you can drive like a pickup truck or whatever, the monster truck, directly into the side of a mountain, and the mountain just opens for you, and then you go down the slope. Did you see that video? You go down the slope to your base, and then you just park the car, and you can just go in and out of the base at will, and there's all these turrets and stuff. And I think a mountain base might be really good, like right in the side of a mountain. Terraforming is what really makes this game truly great, in my opinion. Building caves.
Well, we're gonna need a lot of money because we're gonna need to set up solar power banks.
Yeah.
And if you've seen the vendor, they sell solar panels for a lot.
Your third floor is money, buddy. We just got to get the supercorn going. And I'll cycle it for you every day. I've already spec'd into a lot or whatever fatted land or whatever it is.
Well, you need 6 points to max out farming, and that's something at this level you should be able to afford for sure.
I'm going very slow, but I have kind of a slower farmer's mentality about this.
You die all the time. That's why you're going slow, because you die all the time.
No, well, because I don't want to use meds. Frank, I mean, where the fuck would they come from? We don't have any. I mean, so I don't use meds.
You use tons of them, so that's why we don't have meds.
I don't use tons of meds. I've made maybe, I think, 15 bandages, and I've left the 15 that I made in the box.
I know I've only really used advanced med kits, and those are just ones that I was keeping on myself. And I ran out of them, and I haven't been able to pick up meds because we just don't have any. That's why I start making aloe vera for sure.
Yeah, aloe. And well, no, there's a bigger problem. Where do you get all that blood? There's a bigger problem than aloe. Yeah, you need blood packs for first aid. I've been looking at it all day. I had to work so much just to get those 15 bandages. I had to cut something like, I don't know, 8,000 grass.
No, don't do that.
Well, I do it anyways. I'm out there chopping trees, or I mean, as I run along, I just do it. Yeah, and I make bandages. No, I did. I'm sorry. I did use last night. I did use like 4 medkits and 10 bandages to run 2 tier 4 infested, like solo. But I didn't use anything today. I don't think. Maybe like a stack of bandages. I think when I was trying to get oh, I passed you. Oops. Coming in. Sorry, this
took on the road somewhere. So you're
took so long.
I'm just cutting up this building. If you can, like, drop me off a stack of gas, so just I have plenty of gas to go on.
Yep, I'm coming to you.
And I'd like if you could start tearing apart. You can see, I'm trying to keep everything level. So just at the level that I'm at, start tearing apart the basement of this house.
Okay. I'm coming in. Okay, so here's gas. We got 16,000 left. I'm gonna just toss you this here.
Thank you.
And then, like, take that too. And then, you
I got more gas than we could ever want crafting on the chem station.
Yeah, so.
Gas. We're gonna put down multiple chem stations because I also have, like, I probably have like 150 hours of gunpowder crafting going on right now. It's incredible how much gunpowder crafting I have.
Nice, nice. Yeah, all that sulfate. Yeah.
We're going to expand. We're going to put down more chem benches. Then I'm going to cancel that crafting and relocate it among several different benches so it doesn't take that long.
Yeah, I can foresee several needs. Like, for instance, we need sledge turret ammo. We need probably turrets for the base.
Sledge turrets don't, you know.
Oh, they don't?
Yeah, these durability.
Oh, that's it? Oh. I thought sledge turret...
Well, sledge turrets are tied to you, the player.
Yeah, and that ammo that they... I mean, but it uses... Oh, no, I guess not, huh? Yeah, it does. It uses 500 rounds, doesn't it? And you have to get that from somewhere.
Oh, that's just a push tower. It just pushes them.
Oh. Well, I wasn't talking about... I'm talking about sledge, like...
Out of 5 turret mastery.
Yeah. Not a bad idea. Producing the ammo is going to be expensive. Like, I get scared that I haven't pulled in enough sulfur.
I did a huge sulfur mine earlier.
Right on. Yeah, I got a really big coal mine today.
We have over 100 hours of crafting going on right now. It's because I did so much mining.
Yeah.
It's a pain in the ass deleting dungeons like this, but they don't give you enough clear space in this premier area. I am almost maxed out on all of the skill books, by the way.
Good. I've been trying to give you the best ones, you know?
Mining 1. It looks like you do, though, because I'm seeing gem... Well, the reason why I want Art of Mining 1 so bad, it's not because it gives you a chance to get gems when you mine, which, yeah, it's money. I really want it because I need to complete the set, and the set completion bonus is 20% more ore.
Yeah, that's really good.
It's probably additive, not multiplicative, but...
Yeah. That's still good.
Still be huge if I
That's
got
still
that
good.
20% bonus from the set.
Yeah. I want to start, like, I wish they had equip sets like New World. That's something, or like WoW. WoW did it first, you know? But yeah. This game needs equip sets.
Skill book magazines could also have the set books instead of just the skill point ones, because I've noticed with the boxes of skill books, they tend to favor giving you books you don't have maxed out.
Yeah. Oh, what's that?
So those have been really helpful for getting the last few skills that I don't have maxed.
Yeah, if I used books, like for instance that mining one, I remember it was at the end of one of those tier 4 dungeons, right? And I'm like trying to burn mags just to get out of the dungeon because my drone's full, the bike's full, I'm full. So then I burn the most valuable magazines because I'm just like, I need this to stack stackables. It fucking annoys me. It annoys me, like the inventory, kind of. So I burn mags only when I'm forced to. Because I'd way rather burn like 5 mags and have those slots, you know? Ooh, that's a plane. Where is it landing? Ooh, east of us. I shall go impulsively go grab that.
Yeah, sure.
I want it off the agenda. And it won't take me long. Give me like 3 minutes.
Okay.
I can see it from here. I've learned to just do the damn map when you get it, because there's so many. After a while, you're
That's
like,
so
oh,
awful.
like five, you know, treasure chests, or I'm sorry, 5 treasure maps. You know, I got up to like 6, I think, or whatever the limit is. Those fall a lot. This was bacon and eggs and 100 cobblestone cubes and a crafting skill mag bundle. I went through today and I burned like 25 mags because I figured they wouldn't be in the box if you weren't capped, right?
Yeah, the ones I've left in the box are ones that you're free to use because I've got them totally capped.
Oh,
I
good.
try to leave the nerd outfit there too, so you can. Just...
Yeah, like if I make an error.
Save,
oh, so good.
Intellect Mastery gives you a 50% chance to get 2 skills. So if you spec into Intellect Mastery and then eat a bunch of books, it's more efficient.
Okay. Yeah, I'll get good at the specking system, start abusing those elixirs. It's just, you know, I still feel a little bit noob. Like I shouldn't be doing that so impulsively.
So if you put on a set hat that has a trading bonus on it, and you're
I do. I have one.
Trading bonus for intellect,
I am.
Then those grandpas for getting elixirs cost like 3,000.
Yeah,
it's just really not that bad.
Yeah, fucking cheap.
So I bought a bunch of them when I was doing all my car farming.
Yeah, I saw that. I was like, ooh, he bought a bunch of respec elixirs and I used one. I was like, yay, I like having the feeling that I can use it without, you know, like irking our like chances or whatever you want to call it. Like, you know, skewing the chances.
I feel like I made this unnecessarily hard on myself by picking a plot that has a dungeon on it, but I still.
What else are we gonna do?
That I found.
There's no end game in this game besides you making a pimp base and T6 infested clears.
You get a big base, full T6 everything, get up to T6 quests, and then start getting those other goobers to come join us on group dungeon delves.
Yeah.
Like, it's cool they did the update, but when you think about it, once you hit endgame, the update really didn't do anything besides harass you when there's a storm event.
No, I have a bunch of ideas about stuff that they could do, but it's not my game, you know? I think right now the meta is boats and bases, and their base stuff is really good. So they're like halfway to like more meta than New World has, you know? Because New World doesn't have base building. But another really cheap way to totally multiply the fun of the game is naval stuff, naval warfare. That's what Rust did. Rust has such good naval warfare stuff. Like you can get a short-term 1-man or 2-man submarine. You can get a 2-man like crazy not nuclear sub, but like an actual attack sub that's meant to sink tugboats. And there's like all this floating wreckage out on the water and stuff, and one of the really strong sides of Rust is naval stuff, and so I figure why not copy it, but I'm not sure they can copy Rust, really, without maybe IP theft kind of thing. And then, of course, the sky, like space flight games like Star Citizen or Starfield, or you know, warping to like that game Starbound, which is like Terraria but has different planets, right? That's what I mean when I say like boats. I kind of mean like spaceships, kind of, you know. And so one of the reasons I'm hanging around Mortal 2 right now is Henrik promised both boats and bases, and he's delivered bases the same way that 7 Days to Die did, but none of them have boats. I think the only one that's done it so far was like Arcade, EVE Online, Sea of Thieves. Now there's that horrible Ubisoft game, Skull and Bones, which I still haven't played yet, but I've never known Ubisoft to make a bad game though. So I don't know. But boats in this game could be really good, but I mean, since they already gave the power of flight, I don't know why you would ever take a boat, There was that game I was pitching that's about to hit. There's a couple of really big ones coming now, like Arc Raiders and Jump Ship. Those are all like, games that provide you a base that is your spaceship. And I fell in love with Starfield for that, and I put, oh god, what is my Starfield hours now? I love that ship in Starfield. You can completely customize it. 275 hours in Starfield. What the fuck? I just spent another $90 on non-achievement breaking mods for Starfield. Because I want boats and bases. Whoever will give it to me, I want it that badly. Like that, like Rust does it. Rust is like the only one that does it. Starfield does it, but it sucks. 7 Days is so much better than Starfield, in my opinion. I'm sorry, I'm just talking about games. I'll be quiet now. So I think these developers need to give us boats. Boats would be cool. Boats and better fishing. They call it feature creep, but this game needs feature creep really bad. Like Begon mentioned that there's no end game. So what do they do to fix end games in other games? They do reputation grinds, right? So add a reputation grind to the vendor where you get cheaper prices over years. Like right now in New World, I have 4 years of cheaper auction house tax. So now it costs me nothing at all to post like anything that I want on the auction house. And it took me 4 years to get, or whatever it is, 3 years to get there. But I mean, really long bonuses like that, that's where New World lives and breathes. Trophies and like for instance, New World gives you a trophy that gives you 5% against whatever faction you're fighting, if it's like humanoid or dragonkin or whatever it is, like New Earth or Angry Earth or whatever it is. So remember, they just did Elysium Wilds, so there's like a trophy in the game that gives you an extra 5% damage to all mobs in the game, pretty much, when you stack all of the trophies together, which is such a huge bonus in an MMO. That's what 7 Days needs to do. They need to reward you wasting away years of your life like this by giving you overall meta bonuses that make you like unstoppable, pretty much. That's the main reason I played the Rust Hardcore Zombie server. Is it's a year-long wipe. So if you chop trees for 2 weeks, eventually you when you hit a tree, it topples all 15 trees around you, and you get all 15 trees worth of wood in one single tree bust. So then what used to be 45 minutes of chopping trees ends up being 4.5 seconds. And that kind of power gain, this game needs to embrace that. I call them God power gains, right? Like, if you kill 5,000 zombies, you should get a 5% bonus damage to all zombies, right? Just putting it out there. If we break 10,000 blocks, maybe your your auger should become invincible.
I don't think it matters too much.
I think it does.
They would add the human raider in. So.
Yeah, I want life in the world that isn't enemy. Like, for instance, I would like to see roaming factions. You know, a whole bunch of, like, you know, Brotherhood of Steel that suddenly show up and they're like, nah, fuck that. This guy's getting attacked by 5 glowings and 4 spiders, you know? And so then the Brotherhood of Steel shows up and saves you, like Fallout 4 or 76.
Wouldn't be a horror game.
They can do that. It's just, you know, most times you would want to kill that Brotherhood of Steel faction, probably Rome. You know, you would probably want to kill them for their loot. That's the real problem. But you could add reputation to the game. I don't see why this game couldn't be a really good MMO.
Well, I know we've done this drilling out the building before, and it was quite satisfying to watch the collapse.
Yep. I'm used to this. We call it eco rating. It's getting something with just your tools as opposed to explosives. I've done it for thousands of hours. Probably not thousands, probably hundreds of hours. But yeah. Very used to it. Like, you can do... With 15 strong Russian men with spears, you can do what C4 can do. And so they call that the Zerg. And you just get the Zerg together. Somebody irks you in Rust, and you want to go take his base from him because he's a bitch ass. But how do you do that without farming sulfur for 5 days, right? Well, one of the interesting ways is to go to get 15 people with spears to go bang on a door with you, right? And then you just give them the loot of your enemy's base. And stuff like that is why Rust is the best game ever made. You say, hey, hello people at Outposts. I would like to show you where a really rich base is that we can bash in with bone clubs. You know, clubs made of bone. And most raiders will have to dump like 16 to 24 C4 to get through this base, but it's going to take 15 of us about 10 minutes with some spears to just pop the doors and get in there and take whatever that guy has. And so yeah, they call that eco rating, and I'm very versed in it. My friend Tay, he prefers eco rating because you can go farm sulfur for 5 hours, or you can go pop a door with some homies for 10 minutes. Which one's faster? Solo players, they like explosives because they give a solo man a lot of power. Oh, what's that? Explosives give a solo person a lot of power, but the real power is in numbers. Like, imagine how long this would have been if Begon had to solo this. Hours, right? 2 hours. The building hasn't fallen because of these, I guess. Yeah, maybe I best work on his targets now.
There's a weight.
Yeah, is there a stability?
There's some kind of weight thing.
Yeah. Stability.
So like those wooden planks, you want to take those out.
Yeah.
Take out these last 2 stone blocks.
I didn't realize how close we were. I thought we had like another 10 minutes to go, but maybe we're actually here.
Well, I'm taking out the last stone block right now, and that might cause something.
I hope so. There's all these braces and beams I'm going to get for you. But they take time. Oh, is it faster? Okay. Oops, I gotta actually get in.
If you have a chainsaw. Yeah,
I do have a chainsaw, and I left you a chainsaw too. But yes, I do. No, I left my chainsaw at the base. I'm sorry. No, I do have it. Never mind. Here we go. Okay. You're right. See, work smart, not hard. Oh, sorry, bang on it if I hit you. I didn't mean to.
I just saw something else collapsing. I was worried that might have done it, but not quite.
Yeah, because I'll die, huh? I need to get out of here.
It would be good to get out of there before the last block falls. Especially because I can use a shotgun to blast a lot of those last structures. Oh, there's still some concrete blocks to the sides of the stairwell.
Yeah. And these brick.
Yeah, but this is definitely the last of it, though.
Can't really reach that one. Oh! Get out!
Coming down.
Ooh! Nice! Go bag on! Oh, hell yeah. Thank you for this content, man. I'm gonna clip it. I'm gonna clip this. It's so beautiful. It's progress against the, you know, against the entropy.
Okay, so now we need to clear out the rubble. Just try not to dig down, which is really easy to do in clay soil. I'm going to be putting blocks down anyway as a floor, but less work is better.
Did you ever play Ratchet and Clank Nuts and Bolts?
Nope, wasn't a PlayStation family.
Ah, Xbox guy, huh? Xbox was better back then.
We were N64. And my dad
ah,
Xbox,
Nintendo.
Halo was so good that he used to Xbox.
Yeah, that's the only game you needed. Yeah.
Halo was pretty amazing.
The last time I ever played a Halo besides Infinite was I went with my cousin. Sorry, my cousin's husband. And he was like this regional Call of Duty champion. Or was that Call of Duty? He was a Call of Duty champion, but he was also really good at Halo 3. Like really genuinely good. He had all the achievements unlocked and and all that stuff. And that stuff's hard. And so he was like, I'm gonna get you the hardest achievement for fun. And I was like, no, you aren't. Like, what's the hardest achievement in Halo 3? And he's like, run 25 people over in a single match. And I was like, really? Okay. And so then he took me and he did this. And I think it's called Turkey or something like that. I forget what they call the achievement anymore because it's been so long. But he had me drive and run over 25 people, which is actually really hard to do in a Halo match, Like, it is the hardest to achieve. Because that's like, you have to actually kill 25 people by running them over. It's actually really fucking hard. But he was just like, watch, I'll show you how to do it. And he just had me run over 25 people. It wasn't that hard when he showed me how to do it. Apparently, I have some achieved that most of the community doesn't have, I guess. Kind of like Silverwing Sentinels. I still don't have Silverwing Sentinels. Do you have Silverwing Sentinels? To Exalted?
No,
Who the fuck would do that much? Who would do that much Warsong self-torture to themselves? And, I'm revered too. I'm revered, but I just don't see doing that to myself. I don't. You know, I downloaded World of Warcraft today. Wait, what'd you say? Sorry, you broke out.
If there was a way to get all of my rep like aggregated together, I would have Exalted. But
yeah, if they would let you switch currencies or something, schmeckles. Yeah. Silverwing is, to me, the hardest achievement in gaming, I think. There's a couple up there, like the Gnome Achieve in Half-Life 2, or... I mean, there's a few, but Silverwing is one of them. AV is also... I mean, I have AV Exalted, but... I mean, it's not hard to get AV Exalted. Yeah, that's easy. Yeah. I think about Silverwing all the time. I'm like, that's the one achieve that I actually valued, and I never got it. That, and of course, Gladiator. I have Rival and Challenger, but I don't have fucking Gladiator. I'm like 2 achieves from Arena Master, but I don't have the fucking skill in the modern age against these kids anymore. I probably could on disc. I mean, I was always able to pull 2400, but 2400 is not Gladiator. Gladiator is like 27, 15 to 32, depending on the season. I feel, you know, it's weird. I feel like I probably have more chance of doing that on Evoker than I do on Priest now, which is insane. Because I know Evoker inside and out. I don't know Priest at all anymore. I haven't played it now. How is Priest now, Begon? Have you played it recently?
Yeah, it's okay. Disc is basically Shadow Priest.
Really? It's like dot-based now? Oh, I mean, I always knew that. Yeah, never mind.
Kind of like you're doing damage to heal.
It's atonement, you know, yeah. I love atonement. It's great. That's a great ability. I like fist weaving too. I went all of Legion, or not sorry, all of Legion, but all of Shadowlands. I was a Mistweaver monk because I love fist weaving, and they didn't do it right either. They fucked up fist weaving so bad. Sorry, what'd you say?
I need to be able to place floor blocks down across this entire basement, so we're burrowing.
Yeah, sorry, I'm off focus. I apologize. I'm coming on 13 hours and 53 minutes at this point, and I'm close to the end. I'm just warning you.
Yeah, I know. I'll be much longer.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm so brain dead and rambly. I'll fill boxes in the morning to make up for it.
I got so much mining done today.
Yeah, yes you did. Do you want all the brick gone too? I mean, it's not bad foundation, I guess.
No, we're keeping the ground level brick.
You want to keep the brick? All right.
That like, ground level.
Yeah. I like this spot. It has character. Oh, so my parents are like eternally grateful for the desert figs that we bought, and they've now plotted out a 15-foot plot for their shrubbery that they bought. And we had to debate over whether or not we would get 2 desert fig trees because they're fucking huge, which I didn't know. And I want to thank you for that. And so, wait, what'd you say? Sorry.
The one I got wasn't huge.
Ah. They get huge.
Give me, like, a twig, like sometimes you get a twig when I order online, but I got a decent one, a good start.
Yeah.
They definitely will. But yeah, my sister was raving about they're the one fig that reliably grows well in this climate.
Yeah, my mother, she says something really sad to me today. She was like, I really want to see this fig tree come to fruition, but she's like, it will be beyond my time. And I was like, oh, you know?
What do you mean? It's like 2 or 3 years.
Yeah, like, Oh, I don't know. No, no, I don't know how long. I don't know much about fig trees, but she said it takes like 15 or 20, I think. But I don't know. Let's go see.
No, no. Fig trees are like a big shrub. So, yeah, like 2 or 3 years, and as long as it doesn't have a bunch of die off during the winter, you should have a pretty solid size.
3 to 5 years. Okay. Okay, well, I'll tell her. I think she was under the impression that it was longer. I think.
Yeah, just because it has the word tree in its name doesn't mean it's really a tree in the classical sense in terms of like growth.
Yeah, she bought the shrubbery, I believe. But so shrubs don't take that long. She was saying there's like 2 different.
Shrubs. I don't know that big trees.
Yeah, she was saying on that website. She actually likes that website that you linked. She goes there a lot. One Earth or something. One Green World. Yeah, and there's like how many?
And Restoring Eden is actually south of Seattle, so you can actually make a road trip down there to Restoring Eden.
Restoring Eden.
Restoring Eden is, yeah, they have a website and everything. I don't like using their website much. In fact, their website, they don't even really update their website. It's kind of shit.
Yeah.
But if you have time to go down to their physical location, Restoring Eden is fantastic.
Okay. Is it down there by Bremerton or something?
I think it's like just north of Puyallup.
Oh.
It's definitely Puyallup area.
That's not bad. That's way better.
Yeah, sometimes when my mom wants to go on a road trip, I accompany her and we go spend money on plants.
Yeah, my mother's hard into that phase right now. She's like hard into it. She's blown like $300 on plants just this week because this is when the last time there is to buy, really, before it's too late in the season, you know.
Right. Yeah, we need those wood foundation pieces removed too. They also block construction.
Oh, I can pick them up. Nice.
No, not my wood blocks. What are you doing?
I'm sorry. I thought you said wood blocks.
My wood blocks. What the fuck?
Sorry. I pulled 4 or 5.
No, look at the boards. Look at the boards.
The boards. What boards?
We've been destroying this whole time.
Oh, these things. These things right here?
Standing on the board.
Okay. Yeah, I get you.
Yeah. 20 of my blocks.
It's 5. 7 now. Better watch it, I'll do more. 8. 9. So what else do you know about eco gardening and all this? What's the best things that you know? Share with the kids.
Land, you do a 7-layer food forest is the big thing to do.
7-layer food forest. I will Google it.
Yeah, you'll have to look at that. It's like a whole method of growing where you have different kinds of plants that occupy different areas in the ecosystem, and
yes, this is what my parents are into. Yeah.
You form, like, literally your own bowl, and you supplement it too with chickens, because chickens will help keep it weeded, they'll keep pests out, and their droppings, of course, will provide fertilizer. They also help keep the paths clear.
Yeah.
So, and that's the icing on the cake, is you can also have chickens
and eggs
in your food forest and develop off it.
Yeah, I've been thinking about bees and eggs lately. Because honey and eggs are.
And food forest is the way to go.
Okay, I'll look into it. Thank you, sir. That's incredibly valuable. Thank you for sharing.
Yeah, like you're going to be mixing all kinds of stuff. Like you're going to have the fruit trees will be like the apex top of the food forest. Then you'll have like the shrubs, you know, the bushes, and I have like regular vegetables and root vegetables and all kinds of stuff. That's why it's 7 layer. It's like I don't have that memorized like what each layer is, but that's the idea is.
Yeah.
You're having all these interconnect parts of like a garden ecosystem.
I think my parents have been chasing it, but they did.
So
But I don't.
How I didn't delete all of the furniture and stuff.
I don't think they know what the name of it is, but my parents have been screwing with 7 layer for like 5 years now. I'll send you a picture of their garden, because I don't think they know what it's called, and they don't know what to research.
Oh, well, yeah, I have an advantage that my mom and sisters have done a lot of work, and they've at least talked to me a little bit about their stuff. They don't do it themselves, but they like to go look at what people that actually do this for a living, or you know, that's literally just what they like to do, and then copy them.
Yeah, I went looking for, I was like, what's the most efficacious thing that I could do ecologically to lower my footprint right now? And I asked that question on stream today. And my own concept of it was a self-filtering rain barrel. And then I chased that thread for about an hour, and I saw a really interesting video that I'll link to you here, which is a DIY. You can watch this video in like, I don't know, 10...
For this project, I got the cheapest rain barrels I could find. It happened to be on Amazon. They were $79, and they hold 50.
Sorry. But this DIY...
For this project, I got the cheapest rain barrel.
Let me show...
For this project...
So this video blew my mind, because I know the tech and I know what he's trying to do, but I've never seen somebody do it so quickly and so astutely. And it's just Oh, yep. Sorry. There we go.
It's off of the grid. It has to be.
I understand.
The whole way through.
Every good builder I've ever met is like you, Begon, and I will not, what's the word? Begrudge you your method.
I'm gonna do it like this from the river to the sea, and we're just gonna make it real high. I'm planning 20 blocks high, so this is gonna be like danger fall level.
Shoot for the moon, Begon. I believe in you. To infinity and beyond.
I'm shooting for screamers not being able to detect us.
That's what I mean. Yeah. Yeah, I watched. Damn it! I tried to hack your drone, but I couldn't. Where's my drone? Oh no, where is my drone? Oh no.
Was it in the disconnect or something?
I bet I did. What can I do to recover this? It's not on the mini map. Ah, that disconnect. Is it on my person? Maybe it's in the box at home or something. I don't know.
I know if you get close enough, it'll just reactivate.
Oh, yes. Yeah. I'm sure I'll find it then. Right on. Although I was roaming the Toxic Wasteland. Yeah, I was in the Toxic Wasteland when we DC'd, so I really don't know if I'm going to recover that drone, buddy. If I lost it, I'm sorry. But I'll try. I'll definitely go out there and look.
It's not impossible to get a new one, but it
no.
may cost a bit.
I don't want to buy a new one. I'll do my best to get the old one back. I've lost 2 helicopters and a drone today. It's so annoying. It cost me so much time. Damn it, I can't dump to my drone. What do I do? I'll put it in the... Oh, I'll drop a box.
You have a motorcycle you brought over.
Yeah, but then I can't pick up the motorcycle and put it inside so I can fly.
have a helicopter.
Yeah, but I don't. I keep those storages empty so I can like put them in my inventory so I can carry one or the other. I dislike the design, but it's something that I can work with. That drone was full of good loot.
Fucking couch.
Okay, I'm done with Wasteland Survival now. Or no, I'm not done. It still wants me to explore the snow. I don't know. Where biome badge 3?
Yeah, you have to complete the snow.
Oh, okay.
Just like you had to complete the desert to unlock the snow, well, to complete whatever. You have to do all the biomes. Even if you have zero intention of doing
Oh, so Wasteland's the last one then, is what you're saying? And I have to finish snow before I can do Wasteland? I'm sorry, I misunderstood the structure. I thought it was all the same. Okay.
You can do everything but one of them for Wasteland. You can do all the other ones completely, but you can't finish Wasteland, which is the only thing that matters until you finish snow.
Ah, okay. Well then, is there anything else you need from me here? You want me to break anything?
Nah, I think you definitely helped give me a nice push. I think I'm good at this point, so thanks for the help.
No problem. I'm going to go unlock snow.
Doing this until after the onion.
Yeah, I'm going to go unlock snow because that's the best I can do to move this team forward, you know?
Yeah, you need to be ready to go Wasteland whenever we do actually go. Doesn't matter as much now that we've decided we're not going to base in Wasteland, but we still want to be busting there.
Yeah, in Rust, if you camp in snow, you have to have base-wide heating or fire or like a hazmat that is cold protected, or you just die all the time. You just wither out. Your health just withers down. And so in that, they don't make you do a biome badge or anything like that. They just make you prove that you can produce heat, which is really hard. That means mastering electricity or running campfires all throughout your base or making a very small base that has a single chimney, you know, that keeps the 1x2 warm or whatever. And so I got very used to battling the elements. It's not something that's foreign to me, but I don't really appreciate the gameplay very much.
I thought it was a weird design decision that in this update they decided to completely remove hot and cold from the game.
Yeah, what is with that? Wasn't that a really good system in the game that they shouldn't have removed? That's a strong point, Begon. Yeah.
I don't think it really helped anything. No.
Right.
Just,
it was a hassle.
Water went fast.
Yeah.
Good. It was a minor hassle, yeah. They got rid of it and then basically just put in this whole you need to get perks to even be in the biome in the first place system.
They're all obsessed with core punk. I think.
I do think it's weird they decided to just get rid of temperature though.
And it's not core punk, it's Subnautica. It's that expansion from what's that game? You know. Yeah, it's Subnautica, Below Zero expansion. Change the fucking terrain map of survival games. Subnautica might be pretty fun. Is that multiplayer? I can't remember.
I don't think so.
I think that's a solo game, right? They're making a sequel, and I'm starting to be very aware that there's some...
I got the...
You got what? Sorry?
I got the base really high now.
Oh, good.
I'm worried about how high I want to make it, because I still want to make this a number of like levels up. I've made it high enough that it's going to be a pain in the ass coming up here if you aren't on the helicopter. Yeah, this is probably high enough. I just don't want to deal with screamers ever finding me when I'm hiding in my base. we can definitely, once we have enough ammunition to support it, we can start setting up gun turrets. And until then, you can always do spike traps, because spike traps will get them.
Yeah, that's the end game of Rust, is building a big chonker and wiring it with 15 wind turbines and then running like 35 turrets that guard you while you're sleeping. And it's how they manage to stay alive in the survival game scene and make all that money that they made and all that. Right now they're sitting like 400,000 concurrent every day or whatever. Not concurrent, but like 195 concurrent, something like that. And they managed to keep all that by making it so that, you know, the more work you do in PvE, the more protection you have against PvP. And it's a good system, but it's also incredibly anal retentive stuff. Like wiring 18 wind turbines to 18 blockers to 18 switches to 18 fucking like you know, batteries, the batteries to the turbines, the turrets themselves, the wiring from the turrets to the fucking shit. And so the end game in Rust is not capping, you know, 5,000 people in the head and being the best PvPer there. It's mastering the goddamn turret system. And the nerds that have the brain power like Bagon to actually do it, they survive and rise. And the people like me that just want to sit there and fuck around and kill people, they sink to the bottom. Cause I'm like a walking manifestation of a Dunning-Kruger effect, and I'm just wanting to wing it. Like, you know, when a zombie attacks me, I just want to roll with it and see what happens, right? Bagon builds the turrets to fight the zombies, and that's how my friend Tay was too in Rust. He was the first guy I've ever seen that wired up 24 goddamn wind turbines for like 100 turrets, you know? One of the problems about that is when you build a giant circuit like that, where you have 100 turrets wired up, if some monkey breaks the circuit, then all of your turrets go down. So that was a big revolution in the building scene, is how do you build closed-circuited turret lines that don't get fucked with by monkeys that shut down your entire base defense system by killing one turret, right? And that was like a revolution in the fucking scene. When they figured out how to do it. I've got to eat or I'm going to die of hunger here really far away from the base. Please don't die. Please don't die. Yes, I landed. At the trader. Yay, I'm at the trader. Don't kill me, bird. I've got 5 health. No. No! God damn, so annoying. I leave the meds in the base so that I don't use them. So stuff like this happens.
Well, food does heal you, so you can just eat steak and fries to get some of your health back.
Really? Okay, I thought you might be against such a thing. Okay. I will do that.
I don't want you to use that as a mass consumption technique.
I do it in Rust.
Dumb,
I'll carry 50 pumpkins. Yeah. Pumpkins give you 10 health.
Well, we don't have our food at the game built up that much yet, so it's still a dumb idea right now to do it.
More like you don't have that built up. I just use your resources.
We don't have a way to mass produce it. Later, we'll be able to make vegetable soup, which is the only, like, entirely, well, it's the only good, entirely self-made food you can do.
My body is not on the map. Should I relog?
Yeah.
Oh, God. Oh, wait, yes it is. It was just not where I thought it was. There we go. Hey, it's only 1.8. That's not that bad on a motorcycle. You know, Begon, there's people who self-monetize up into the hundreds of thousands just doing base building videos.
Yeah, I'm not doing that.
Yeah, especially in a 10-year-old game.
I've got a nice job.
Yeah.
I'm going to be a site.
Just saying there's a market.
Even if I had the gumption and the skill and all that kind of stuff, the charisma, I would just get fat and die. I need to get up and move around a little bit.
Yeah.
Like
me too. Was an artist most of my life, but I never sat around. Sometimes I show my big stack of paycheck stubs on my stream because I have like imposter syndrome about being somebody who paid taxes their whole life or whatever. But then I pull out the big old stack of paycheck stubs and I remember that I'm an actual human being who worked his whole life, you know? Not my whole life, but a lot of my life. Like 24 years. I got a paycheck stub from 1996 when I was, you know, certain amount of age, a certain amount of years old.
So nice and peaceful in the pine forest biome. You almost forget there's a zombie thing going on.
Oh, the screamers will show. Don't worry. You got about 8 minutes. Probably more. Probably less. You're due. You're due for the screamers. They haven't shown yet, have they? It puts my theory to test. Oh yeah, right? Yeah, I guess there's no torches down at all, huh? Yeah. Isn't building heat? Yeah, no. I heard a theory about building where it's like a certain amount of blocks is heat, but I don't know. I don't know if that's.
Blocks do not passively generate.
That's good. No, I mean like if you build big, it generates heat. I don't know. I can't remember where I heard that. I think it was on the one about putting what would you call that? Like a power door, like a power garage door. And he was like, if you build big like this, you'll get more mobs. And I was like, ah.
I've never heard anyone say that.
Right? I didn't know if I believed him. But the theory sounds like it could be something.
I build so high up that I can't jump down, and I don't want to build a bunch of ladders on the sides of my pillars to get down.
Well, just level parkour.
Halfway measure is I put down my 4x4 and I just drive it off the edge.
Yeah. Or a level parkour.
It does hurt me, and it does slightly damage the truck, but it's like 50 health damage, and I can survive 50 health damage. It also doesn't break my legs, which is a nice benefit.
You don't want to buy a parkour, do you? I don't either.
No, not at this point. It's a nice perk to have, but if you're not already going into that stat tree, I don't think it's really worth it.
I like crash landing helicopters, and I think parkour is good for that. Like, while you're learning to do it. I want to master the no damage landing, but I don't know the game's parameters that well yet. In Rust, you can always land a mini heli. It doesn't matter what you're doing, you can land that expensive-ass mini heli, you know? You don't have to crash that mini heli unless you're bad. Okay, I killed the bird that killed me, and I got revenge. And I've recovered. I will write a long epic like Caves of Cud about how I dominated his bitch crow ass. And all his ancestors have to bow and become my slaves now in the afterlife. Fuck that bird for taking 10 minutes of my life away like that. I will dominate his family and make them my slaves in the afterlife. And they will bring me mort flesh that I turn into endless plot crops in heaven. Now I go to snow and die again. 'Cause I didn't bring meds. Boy, I'm dumb. I look at this inventory that has no meds and I'm like, boy, you're just a sadist, aren't you? You're just an idiot. How am I going to live? I mean, when I get where I'm going, what is it that I'm going to do? Am I going to pull meds out of my ass? I am. I'm going to pull meds out of my ass. How am I going to do it? I'm going to chop like 100 cloth and I'll make bandages and I'll put them on my drone. And every time something makes me bleed, the drone will fix it. It's incredibly wasteful in terms of time, but I probably won't die in Timbuktu, you know? That'll probably be enough where I don't die. The bleeds are the real problem. Yeah, like right here? No, I don't know. No, I have to go way the fuck southwest still. Son of a bitch. This is so far. I like how far it is, though. It means that the game's really, really big. Like EVE Online. Or... well, no, EVE's bigger than this. But EVE doesn't have as much stuff as this. Or, well, it does, but not, like, in the world. I left my corp today after a year and a half. It's always fun to leave a guild. Southwest, along the sand border.
I was kind of hoping we'd have a Fortnite tonight. Oh well. Tomorrow is my Friday.
Very good.
Not in a good way, though. Thursday, Friday are my divorce trial days. So,
Oh, yes.
finally
Yeah.
getting that knocked out, but I'm not going to be going to work those days, obviously. So
Yeah. Well, it's you getting your life in order, and that, or well, it was always in order. I mean, like, you know, getting it all like buttoned down. It's a good thing.
yeah, it's important.
Not the time loss, just getting free, you know, becoming free.
Well, there are at least 50-50 custody of my daughter, which is what's really important because
Yep.
she doesn't deserve to grow up in a fucking hole encampment.
No, anybody with your blood is special.
No, like, I'm not rich or anything, but I'm not a pauper, and
No.
my kids don't deserve a fucking tent because I happen to.
No,
get
they're
beat by a crazy
Americans. No American deserves that.
person. Not as a child, anyway.
No.
I believe people should have consequences for their actions as adults, but as a child, yeah, it's fucked up, especially if you come from a good family and have that just get stripped away because you happen to have a crazy mother. Yeah, I've had to burn most of my remaining finances. Thankfully, I haven't had to take. Well, I can't take a loan on my house, even though my house is entirely mine. The divorce restraining order prevents me from taking a loan out on the house while the divorce is going on, which is totally fucked. It's like, well, how did I raise money?
This is too much adulting. I'm sorry. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, so no, my parents gave me a $5,000 personal loan to keep my attorney
Good.
retainer
Yeah.
intact for now, but I haven't taken bank loans out, and I should be fine at this point. I might have to take some more money out of my 401k just to cap it off once everything's done, because I don't want to be taking out a home loan or something like that to get this wrapped. I'd rather just take it out of my 401k so I can move on instead of looking back at debt.
There's this Simpsons joke about divorce where Marge won't let Homer keep a gun. So he goes and he jokingly files for divorce. And he goes down to the courthouse and he's like, I would like to file. And then he takes this long 15-second pause, pregnant pause, for divorce, right? And the old lady at the counter, she's like, these things happen. Fill out this form. Have a nice day. And it was this commentary about how something so crazy as a marriage can be pretty much boiled down to a bureaucratic process or something. It's sort of crazy. And I thought it was very funny. These things happen, you know.
I have not died.
Wait, what'd you say? Sorry.
Sorry, sorry to interrupt. I just made a discovery. So when I drive my 4x4 off this 100-foot drop,
yeah,
if I bail out at the last second, it resets fall damage.
Yeah. I've been doing that with my helicopter all day. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I do it with the helicopter too out of necessity. That's what ticked on in my head is, wait, this probably works with a truck too.
And that right there, that's a 20. Yeah. This knowledge is a 25,000 hit video. I should go make it. I'm the streamer, but see, I don't want to be known as the 7 days guy, you know? I transcend all boundaries. I already made a rust video.
Basic starter. I'm just doing a starter structure where I just have 3 3x3 sections of bricks all linked up, if that makes any sense at all, the way I'm trying to describe it.
Even your windows make sense. Yep.
Basic foundation, and I want to make the base so much bigger because I want this to be a real space base. But it's been a lot of work now. Yeah, I've been working on this for 40 minutes, just placing blocks and hopping around. And I still don't quite even have the initial 4 sections put down.
I got to snow and there was a storm. Oh,
if the sound system's not totally fucked in this game, then this should make it so zombies just can't hear us from the ground level.
I lived. Yes, there's all kinds of weird theories you could run about how to do this. Like, I'm a big proponent of... Imagine a hallway just going from point A to point B in front of you, from point A at the north side to point B at the south. All along the left hallways to the left and the right, you could have turrets. So as the zombies walk through, they're just subjected to this death wall of turrets. But you don't need a lot of space for that. And I could draw pictures if you need me to, but you easily could do like a... Yeah.
That could be a horde.
Like a rim. Well, no, but it could also be our front door. So no matter what, like, you know, we can just run past all those turrets because they don't shoot us, you know? Just a theory. I don't know if it's worth the time.
Be a lot of learning.
Yeah, I'm sure there's videos and stuff. I don't know if it's worth the time to wire that much turret. I don't know.
Well, we need to get our super corn farm going so we can afford solar panels so that we can actually have electricity.
Yep. Oh, the desert. Are you serious? So the snow had a storm, and I ran into the desert, and the desert had a storm too.
So I already found the answer to that. Is you land as quickly as you can, you pull out your auger, dig like 4 tiles down, and just put a box over your head.
Okay, thank you. I didn't know.
I had that. I was literally going to die because wasteland and desert both had storms, and I was like in that middle area between where our base is and the snow zone. So I couldn't do it. At first, I was hopping between zones, like because you know you have like 5 to 10 seconds before you actually start taking damage.
Yeah.
But I couldn't maintain that long term, so I was going to die, and I was panicking because you can build yourself like a little prefab house with the wood blocks, but it takes time and. Unless if you're at full health when you decide to do that, you're probably going to die before you can get it down.
That's a good tip too, though.
You can definitely just dig down with your auger and put 1 box over your head. That takes no time.
Yep, that's a good solution to it. Thank you. I've not had that before where I went from storm to storm. That's the first time.
Yeah, I felt like that was kind of an unfair game design. And maybe that was just overlooked because this is the experimental build, but I do feel it's kind of dumb that you can have multiple zones storming at the same time.
Yeah, I used to be active on forums, and I used to tell the developers this stuff, but it takes time.
I figure if it's anywhere near popular enough to happen, someone else will do it. I have no life, and it doesn't involve being on forums.
Yeah, I don't think I've done a forum posting in a long time. I think Final Fantasy XI in the Nozomi era, 2018 now, so that would have been, 7 years ago.
Well, forum posting as a technology has really gone away. The equivalent would be like Reddit or just Discord.
Yep.
Maybe not Reddit because you can't have right-wing opinions on Reddit or you get banned, but you know, basic idea.
I bet if I spammed abolish all borders all day on Reddit, they would ban me too. I bet I could get banned for leftist stuff just as fast as you can get banned for rightist stuff, is what I'm saying.
So there's definitely a
gender is a spectrum.
Left-wing that will get you suppressed as well.
Yeah, right? I bet I could get banned just as fast. I could be like, gender is a spectrum.
Right-wing opinions will get you banned.
You can't hug the world with nuclear arms.
It's much easier to get banned as a right-winger on a site like Reddit because like all the mods are left-wingers because
gay.
Right-winger mods.
I'm just kidding.
By reason. There was one episode of Tim Pool's podcast, or no, I think it was when Tim Pool went on Joe Rogan. That's what it was, if I'm not mistaken. He was talking to I might make mixing names. I'm pretty sure it was Jack Dorsey he was talking to on a Joe Rogan podcast, and Tim Pool was talking about how Twitter's a left-wing echo chamber, and Jack Dorsey was saying, no,
Twitter.
We allow all these.
No.
Yeah, back when. Well, I mean, this was.
Twitter is a
decided
right-wing
to go be a
chamber.
But
Blue Sky is the leftist liberal haven.
No, it's not, because they're eating their own. Remember, communists have killed more communists than any other group.
God, I want to argue with you, but I can't. You're absolutely right.
It's an objective fact. Communists have killed more communists
It is
than
true.
any other group. Communists hate each other more than any. Just like most domestic violence is actually perpetrated by women against women. It's lesbian couples are the real DV stats if you look at marriage.
Divorce is lesbian couples, but I don't know what the race statistics are.
Domestic violence is female on female, the highest group. Yeah, women just love beating the shit out of women.
You are right. Over 1 in 3 women and 1 in 4 men in the U.S. have experienced rape, physical violence, and/or stalking by an intimate partner in their lifetime, which works out to be, 1 in 3 women, 1 in 4 men are abusive, pretty much.
Women hate each other. It's just a simple fact. And I think a lot of that is evolutionary, because when men get together, they take down a mammoth and the whole village prospers. When women get together, they fight over what resources are there. Like, they don't have the same evolutionary, history of cultural way of just how things work. Women don't have that, and men do. And women just, they resort to beating the shit out of each other because they're not built to cooperate like men are.
I see a stat from 1994 to 2010. Approximately 4 in 5 victims of intimate partner violence were female. And I think your point would make that true because it's women on women violence.
Yeah, of course men do a lot of, men as a whole, there's a lot of bad physical violence, and men are more likely to send you to the hospital, I would imagine. I'd have to see stats, but I would be willing to just assume that is a true statistic, that men send women to hospitals more than women send women to. But yeah, if we're talking just beating the shit out of each other, it's definitely women take the lead on that. So getting back to what I was talking about with Jack Dorsey and Tim Pool. So Tim was saying that Twitter was a left-wing echo chamber because of how they censor right-wing opinions and thought. And Jack Dorsey said, no, that's not true. We're the free speech platform of the free speech party, or whatever bullshit he said, which is obviously not true. And Tim brought up an argument that actually stopped Jack Dorsey in his tracks. And he brought up how the left wing defines gender and says it's on a spectrum, and men can be women and women can be men. And if you disagree with that, they ban you. And Tim talked about how that's clearly a right wing versus left wing worldview difference. And if you base your worldview on men can be women, it's interchangeable, you're just by default going to censor and oppress right wingers. Therefore, it becomes a left-wing echo chamber because you aren't allowing right-wingers to have discussions or thought on that platform. And yeah, like I said, Jack didn't have a response. He had to actually admit that he hadn't thought of it that way, and Tim had a good point.
My point about this is the wound. The wound is still really sore from, tens of thousands of years of homophobia. And so when...
It's not a phobia. Phobia is irrational fear.
Homophobic, or I don't know what you would call...
I know you're just using the buzzword because it's cultural, but
I'm saying
has to be an irrational fear.
Yeah, you are right. You are right. I didn't argue with you. I mean, you're not wrong. I mean, you are right about that. Phobia is a fear, and that is the word. Homophobia is like a gay fear. And I guess it's kind of a blanket statement to say gay fear, you know, when it's more like gay hate, I think.
So I look at.
I don't know.
There's a lot of aspects to it, and every person's different, and everyone has their own different worldview and understanding. And I'll use a left-wing term, a lived experience. You know, it's different among different people. But there's rational reasons to at least be concerned about homosexuality. I mean, if you look at like FBI crime statistics, the rates of pedophilia are actually far higher among homosexuals than they are among heterosexuals. Now, we can argue nuance within those statistics, but it's a statistical fact. So if you're looking for even just one I can pull out of my ass right now, a rational reason to be at least suspicious of homosexuals in your society, there's one right there.
I'm not, because they've never given me reason to do so in 25 years. Or whatever, since I've been an adult with, you know, who makes their own adult opinion.
I mean, I'll give you my default. Like, I didn't need to think about this. This just instinctively is one way that I thought about it, is I don't have to worry about a heterosexual man backdooring me.
I don't know what that means. Backdooring you?
Anal sex.
Oh, okay. You mean like the literal sense of the term? I'm sorry. I thought you were actually making like some metaphor. Okay.
Yeah. I'm not worried about a straight man coming up trying to hit me in the ass.
Oh, yes. I suppose statistically you don't. Yeah.
The rabbit feels safer among rabbits rather than foxes.
Okay.
Because the rabbit's not going to eat the rabbit. The rabbit knows the rules of the game, and the rabbit's not going to eat him, but the fox might well.
Are you not worried about the hurt feelings of an entire gender orientation?
No, unless if you are a part of my group, my in-group, you know, like friends and family, people that I interact with on a regular basis, I have zero reasons to give any fucks about someone's opinion if they are outside of that group. And we've talked about this before, how right-wingers have connections with people in their tribal group, and left-wingers actually have lower connections with their tribal group and higher connections with, like the further away you are from one's tribal group, the higher connection a left-winger will generally develop with it, which to me sounds so weird, but this is like actually been studied and documented. So I actually, sorry, while I'm building, I lost where I was trying to get on that little tangent, but
so I would say
what I'm trying to say is I can come up with rational reasons why I'm uncomfortable with homosexuality. Now, it doesn't mean I think we need to get torches and go clear the streets, and there's a lot of nuance. Just because
when you use language like that, Begon, are you aware that that's like the language that you used is what it sounds like what you want, though? That language that you use, like clear the streets with pitchforks and stuff, that seems kind of like, you know, you've thought about it a lot, and you've put like...
Oh, of course I thought about it a lot.
And that's weird, because these are just...
I will tell you, the one thing that holds me back from going, like the one thing that will definitively hold me back from going where you're talking about with just someone who is homosexual that hasn't like done something criminal is my faith in the Bible and Christ's teachings, because if you kill someone, you remove their ability to repent and change their ways. You've taken that away from them, because people still, while they're on this earth, they can realize they're doing wrong things. And just because you have the attraction doesn't mean you've committed an evil act. I would say it's where you act upon it. Like, I feel like killing people that I disagree with, but I've never acted upon that. No, I'm not saying I'm like a psychopath waiting to boil over, but I am saying, like, I've at a certain level of my psyche felt like I would derive pleasure from choking this person out and watching the life fade from their eyes. So I've never acted on that. I've never seriously considered acting on that, but of course there's a voice in my head somewhere, and I think there is with anyone, that tells me that, yeah, that I would enjoy seeing this person die. I don't act on that because I know it's wrong morally and legally, and I'm sure I can come up with other reasons why it's wrong, but you know, it's I can have the thought. It's not wrong to have the thought that you know, I would be happier if this person wasn't breathing anymore. Acting upon it is where it's wrong. So I also think that it's not a crime, and now I'm going in my own sphere of crime and what's right and wrong. Of course, I'm not saying like legally go look at the judges, but like I don't think there's something wrong innately by having a same-sex attraction. I think that God places us in this world with different struggles, and that's part of the.
Would God have made gay if God didn't want gay? I'm asking dumb questions just to irk you. I'm sorry, I'm being flippant.
So God gave us freedom to go make our own mistakes.
Mistakes?
And I would say that's one mistake. Yeah, you can make all kinds of mistakes. There's a lot of mistakes you can make in this world. I think that it's perfectly fine if you have the attraction, but you, what I would say to people that do have homosexual attraction, if you can't find a way to convince yourself to change, and there are ways to mentally hypnotize yourself. I've done it to myself for many years involving food intake. I was a vegetarian for 26 years.
You were a vegetarian for 26 years? I didn't know that. That's awesome.
Yeah, I had brainwashed myself so thoroughly that I would have felt it more appetizing to eat feces than meat. And
I had that issue too, buddy. I can relate.
Yeah, my head. It took a lot of mental.
Have you seen the killing floors and the walls of chicken? You know, the walls of chicken for as far as the eye can see, and it makes it very difficult to.
I don't care about any of that.
I do. I care about that.
That never bothered me. What made me actually stop eating meat was originally my parents butchering some of our chickens while I was at school, and I considered them pets, and that was the only way.
Now that I can relate to.
Protest my parents.
Yes.
What am I supposed to do to my parents? I do something. You know, they're my parents. I can't go hit them or send them to jail or something because
they killed your pets.
I can. Yeah, I can decide I'm not going to eat chicken now. But yeah, I can branch out from there. But what I was trying to say with that is I think there are parallels. If I can brainwash myself intentionally through repetition and intentionality to be that opposed to eating meat, I think people can do the same thing with their other urges they might have if they choose they don't want to embrace those urges. But yeah, I think that celibacy is the answer if you have homosexual urges and you can't mentally brainwash yourself into being heterosexual. To me, it's the act is where I have the opposition to, because I consider it a deviant sexual act, and it's not just homosexuality. I really don't like sexual deviancy and depravity.
That's okay, buddy. I think your honesty is quite inspiring. If it helps any, I'm gonna like positively enforce you. A lot of your stuff, I would say, come from a place of alienation or like fear, but you've done the thinking and you justify why you believe what you believe, and you have your strong foundations and your mental, not mental, but your more moral beliefs. And I will never shame you for it if that's what your fear is. You know, I don't know.
Well, I mean,
I think you have strong American family values, which for the first 200 years of this country was extremely valued, but those morals have gone to the wayside with the IED and all this, I don't know. I would long for a world where your foundations and values are realistic, but this was where I was going to go with this argument, if I can speak for just one sentence. 1 in 5 people are gay. How do you dislike 1 in 5 people? That's like shutting out 1 in 5 people. That's like shutting out 20% of the human race from all of your dealings, all of your business, your family goings, etc. All this. I don't understand that kind of alienation of your fellow human being. Do I judge you for it? No. Do I hate you for it? No. I just don't understand it, And that's okay. It's a difference of morals and values. And go ahead. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
My very first gut response to what you're saying there would be, well, look at the political situation. Most people consider 2.5 times that number of people to be unpersonable.
Unpersonable is this weird word for me, because it implies that you have like boiled down all of humanity to some sort of category of desirable or undesirable, or like, I don't know, like how I think of it is.
Look at Trump's first term. There was a violent left-wing lunatic walking the streets, and he saw a guy walk past him with a Trump hat on, and the guy said, "Hey, we got a Trump supporter over here," and he pulled out a gun and shot the guy in the back of the head, literally just because he walked past someone on the street with a Trump hat.
Where did this happen?
I can't remember the names anymore. It's been a few years.
This one you got to quote the source, because you understand why. I'm not saying that this didn't happen. I'm saying you quote it like it's an anthem, but you don't remember the song. You know, what is the story that you are quoting?
I'm googling it right now, and I'm gonna find it really quick.
Because you're using it like as a foundation for your argument, but it sounds to me like a bad
here it is.
A bad
It
actor.
refers to the events surrounding Thomas Matthew Crooks.
Okay,
Wait,
yes, I remember the Crooks case.
No,
Okay.
No, that's the attempted Trump assassin. Sorry,
Yes.
that's the first thing that came up, and the word, I thought it was something else. No, I know for a fact this happened. It was a story
I don't
that-
doubt
that-
you, buddy. I'm not calling you a liar. If that helps any, I really actually believe you. I've never known you to tell a lie, Begon. That's not what I'm after here. I'm saying that. Can you base your entire political worldview on that one incident? That's like one bad actor. My advice, as a progressive, or I don't know what you would call me, I don't have a political party, but how I've lived as a centrist and a progressive for a long time is trying to take everything on a case-by-case basis, So like if you lump in all leftists with that, like I'm a leftist, do I go kill people in the street when they say do I kill you when you say that you're a Trumper? But you understand that you kind of stereotype entire 20% or 50% of entire civilizations. Like, I mean, how much of this country is left? It's going to be 40 to 50%, right? I don't know, maybe less, I don't know. Right now, it's probably 40 something, 30, 40. But I mean, like, to just
left, it's going to be more like 20 to 30.
Yeah, like 20, 30 something. Yeah, the right's sitting at like 68 or something like that, I think.
Always people that are in the middle that determine how things flow. But yeah, it's usually more like 20 to 30 is where you're going to get on the ends of.
Yeah, so like if you shut out all gay people, if you shut out all leftists, if you shut out all disabled people like Hitler did. No, and I'm not making, now by you, I'm not talking about you, sir. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about like the right. If the right is alienated and fears those cultures that are large percentages of their constituency. Like, do you understand how many gay people voted for Trump? How many black people? How many Mexicans? How many... Yeah, which is fine, but then you talk about kicking them. Well, not you. I mean, the right talks about kicking the Mexicans out of the country, but I mean that's a large percentage of their vote. It's a large percentage of the workforce. How am I not supposed to view that as racist?
In the country, it's entirely illegal based, and we don't care if it's from Mexico or from the Philippines or wherever the hell.
That's an argument that I've heard recently that I do appreciate out of the right. I will say I like hearing that out of you guys because it makes you sound a little bit less xenophobic. But you spent the last 11 years trying to kick the Mexican constituency out of this country.
It's not relevant.
They're I think
no, right wingers don't. And if they speak English and want to be part of the culture, if you want to live in your own little isolated bubble and be a salad bowl immigrant, then nobody likes those. We want them to be a melting pot immigrant where they appreciate our culture and values and want to be American. We don't want to have like little Philippines and little Mexico and little Tibet. We want these to be Americans that come over here and integrate into the culture. So no, it's not about kicking Mexicans out.
But you understand that's what the optics is. But that's what the optics were. Build a wall, kick them all out. They're all rapists and murderers. That was the optics. Like that's
fake headline optics. Those are not real optics.
No, remember the wall? That's not fake optics. He promised a wall and he won with it. Remember? That's not. I mean, that's not imagination.
He's going to build a wall and stop the illegal immigration. It has. nothing to do with legal immigrants. Trump has said he wants more legal immigrants and he wants to streamline the process, which I'm perfectly fine with. I think if we can stop illegal immigration, we can heavily increase our legal immigration. We want it to be merit-based. We don't want to just bring people in because they want to economically benefit. They should bring something to the table.
So
now I think that's pretty common sense. Someone should have or some value outside of just here's a person that wants to live here.
So now you use the word "we," and I know it's gonna sound like I'm just trying to get off on some fucking word or something, but I'm gonna challenge you on the word "we" because when I use the word "we," I think of even the illegal immigrants in this country, whether they have a right to be here or not, they are here. And they are they are the human race. Like, remember, the human race is like this thing that we all wish to succeed, whether they're gay or Mexican or anything else, black or anything else. It doesn't matter. These are humans, and we want them to succeed in their lives, or the symbiotic relationship that we have built with them will crumble, and we ourselves will fail. And I know these are old leftist arguments, but we do. They are 40%, if not more, of our workforce. That is quite literally the nature and essence of a symbiotic relationship. That is, our workforce is, predominantly Latino. That is a symbiotic relationship.
They're less than 10% of the population in the U.S. I keep hearing.
Go Google what the Latino population of America is. That's not true.
I said illegal, not Latino.
Oh, illegal. I'm sorry. Oh, I didn't hear you.
Mexicans hate illegals, okay? Every legal group.
I think that is a weird echo chamber thing from the right to say, because when you go to some place like Los Angeles and propose that Mexicans hate illegals, you'll understand that is not the reality.
Oh, it is the reality.
It's not. No.
Pipelines where people don't think anymore.
No.
That's why you're seeing all the anti-ICE riots when ICE shows up to get a pedophile MS-13 gang member off the streets, and a bunch of left-wing activists show up to bail
left-wing activists, a bunch of Latino activists showed up. I was there.
No, they're left-wing activists, and they are foreign nationals that shouldn't be in this country. Legal Mexican immigrants hate illegal immigrants.
I think that is something the media has shown you, Begon. I think if you were to go poll Latino people. Sorry.
I hate people that cut the line. I on principle want them put in front of a wall and shot. I hate line cutters. It's not surprising to me that legal immigrants hate line cutters.
Would you prefer to be somebody in Mexico with no money or somebody in America with no money? You can't relate to their issue?
Of course I'd rather be in America, but no one has a right to this country.
We didn't have any more right than they do. We came over here without any permission.
Yeah, we did.
Yes, we did. We took this land by force.
No, they held this land for 20 years. They invited us to settle. Eventually, we had a war. We kicked their asses, even though they did awful things to us. We kicked their asses and gave them a gracious loss. And then we bought the land from them for a large sum of money. They were happy to sell it to us.
The French?
Now, they held it for 20 years. Spain held it for much longer than that. I mean, if any modern nation has any claim to, like, you're talking about the
Louisiana Purchase
claim. We're not talking about French people. We're talking about Mexicans.
We're talking
about the whole tabula rasa, which is a very racist movement itself, by the way. We're talking about the Mexican claims they want to take over a third of America because they think they own it for some reason. That's what I'm talking about, like California and Arizona and New Mexico.
But that's
the states that we took after our war.
But that's what you sound like, Begon. Like you are resentful towards these people because you think that they have some claim to this place that you yourself and your family doesn't have any more than they do. Nobody owns this country.
American, they are Mexican. there's a clear nationality differentiation there.
I admit that yeah, we don't go over to Mexico and just try to take over their country. We don't do this to them, you know.
I think we should. That's why I believe in Pax Americana.
Yeah, I know, but the problem is these are our neighbors. You must love thy neighbor. No, whether they're illegal or not, they are your neighbor. Yes, they are illegal. Yes, they are your neighbor. These are both cold hard facts. You can't go against the message of love thy neighbor. It's what I used at the protest. They are your neighbor. They're Mexico. They're your closest neighbor. And you ignoring this is ungodly. It is ungodly. This is your closest neighbor. Yes, it is. This is your neighbor. What?
I'm telling you, you don't understand scripture. And you can't try to use it against
it's not scripture. That's not scripture. It's a Christian ideal. Love thy neighbor. It's not scripture.
Love thy neighbor? No, that's scripture. That's fucking from
go cite the scripture then. It's not scripture. It's like the premier. There's like two premier Christian ideals. There's the golden rule, which is do unto others, and then there's love thy neighbor. And this is your neighbor, Begon. This is your closest neighbor to the south, and you are treating them like garbage. And I win this argument every time I get in it because it is true. You are treating your neighbor like complete garbage, and they will not forget it. They will hold us to task for this for thousands of years for the way we treated them right now.
What do you call someone that comes into your house uninvited, trashes the place, shits in the corner, steals your food, rapes your daughter, and then goes back to his house?
I call them a criminal.
You don't call them a criminal. Exactly, and that's what the illegals that enter this country without permission are. What about my body, my choice?
I think you're spewing AP press lines that aren't true, but I'm just telling you what I think of.
This just
you speak like you do. You speak like you do though, because these are the headlines from the right. They say things like what you're saying, like about statistics about Mexicans in this country and how high the crime rate is with illegals and such. And it does sound like you're speaking from the headlines, but I mean, have you lived with Mexican neighbors? Have you lived in a barrio? Have you been around these people in a workplace?
No, you're strawmanning everything I'm saying. I have no problem with having a Mexican neighbor. I have a problem with an illegal neighbor, and I don't know where they came from.
Okay.
So, Guatemala, they can come from China. If they're illegal, they need to go.
But many of them are illegal because they are trying to escape a terrible humanitarian crisis of poverty in Mexico. So at some point you have to understand that
Mexico is not that bad. That's shitting on Mexico unfairly. Yeah, there's problems with Mexico. There's problems with everything.
Google Mexico and poverty, and look at the statistics. It's
they don't have a right to our shit. They don't have a right to our shit. Nobody has a right to our shit. They can go make their own shit.
I would prefer to break bread and fishes and water with my neighbor. I would prefer to keep that relationship alive and strong and growing for as long as I know that person. Same as I treat this friendship, I don't want to treat my closest neighbor like they are an enemy. They have a problem they are trying to escape from, just like Venezuela. Look at how the right treated Tren de Aragua. Those people aren't basically refugees from a terrible war of poverty.
No, the Aragua is a criminal gang. They have to murder people to become a member of it. Every single I'm pretty sure it's Tren de Aragua, and I'm not confusing with MS-13, but I believe
they're both like this.
They're literally a Satanist cult. I'm not joking. They're literally a satanic cult.
So, are you so foolhardy to believe that all Venezuelans are Tren de Aragua? Because that's how the right treated them.
lot of them
And they
that
won
are
an
here
election
illegally
with it
are-
too. In my backyard in Colorado, they used the Tren de Aragua 5 miles from where I was, not even like 2 miles from where I was born, my own backyard, and they used Tren de Aragua like it was some kind of Elon Musk like Republican like battle line, where they tried to say that all Venezuelan fucking refugees are some kind of war criminal, just like they try to say that all Mexicans are rapists and murderers. This is racism, Begon. You can't see it for what
They
it
never
is.
said- no, nobody said all Mexicans
You
are
did-
rapists and murderers. You're taking a bunch of fake news.
No,
You're
I
using
said
strong arguments
Venezuelans. That was what the right said. They said the Tren de Aragua up there in Aurora, Colorado, or how all Venezuelans are. So we've got to get all the illegal Venezuelans out of the country.
That's how all Venezuelans are. We do want all illegal Venezuelans out, though. That's a fact.
Yeah, I'm aware
But no,
of it.
Nobody ever said. It's a fake news line that the leftist media tried to use. That was a deliberate misconstruing of what Trump said. He said they're sending people that are not their best. They're sending their rapists and murderers. He didn't say that all of them are rapists and murderers.
Yes, he did.
That was a very that's not what he said at all. Like I said, he said that they are sending their rapists and murderers. He did not say that all of the Mexicans and all the Venezuelans that come over here are.
But the statement is this sweeping stereotypical statement, like that you lump them all in like that.
Remember, so Mexico, because I only have Mexico like up front of my head right now, but Mexico, like 5% of their GDP is from Mexican nationals sending money back home to their families in Mexico. They have a huge financial stake in having a porous border with us. 5% of their GDP, that's a lot of money for them. That's a lot of their government is funded by that 5%.
Because they're poor.
So the Mexican government is heavily incentivized. And they're poor because they have a bad culture, they have a bad government, clearly bad work ethics, or else they'd be doing better stuff with their government and their society.
Mexicans do not have a bad work ethic, Begon. That's the opposite of what the stereotype normally is.
Entirely improving their own country instead of coming here. Like I want Mexico.
If I had an argument, I'd give you one. I don't have one.
I don't want Mexico. I want the cartels gone. I want the corrupt communist government that's fed by the cartels gone. I want the
We
Mexican people to have a
buy
good,
the
prosperous-
cocaine from Pablo Escobar. We put that money in their
And
pockets.
so I voted to legalize marijuana because I believe the drug war was not working, and I felt it would be better to legalize
Right on.
it
Right on.
and just deal with that than it would be to keep fighting a drug war that's just clearly unjust and out of hand and then not functioning well.
But you don't like marijuana, do you, Begon? I'm just curious about this. I wonder what your opinion was. Yeah, would you care to share?
Because I believe they are.
But you still voted against your own interest. Why?
No, I voted against. Okay, so I boiled it down to it. Now, if it's a medical thing and you're using it on a temporary basis, I'm much more understanding. with
But
that.
the war was unsuccessful. Why spend any more money, kind of thing?
Yeah. So I believe that the war on drugs was very unproductive. It wasn't accomplishing its goals. It was making things worse in a lot of ways. And
Well, right on.
It was producing was human stuff.
That's my biggest
So
complaint
I
about
believe-
America. So thank you for seeing it eye to eye. Yeah.
I believe that with drugs, marijuana included, I don't like people using
Recreational
toxins
drugs.
like this.
That's okay, Begon.
I'm against
Nothing wrong
it.
with that. That's okay. Yeah.
I consider deviancy that leads to. I think it's one of the symptoms of a fallen society is when people start turning to drugs and they don't have a cultural pushback like mom.
Well
and dad,
said.
Kicking their ass and saying, "Quit that."
Yeah.
I think that's a sign of a failing society. I believe if we want to solve this problem, we either need a cultural shift where mom and dad are now kicking Billy's ass when he smokes a joint. Like it needs to be so much cultural pushback that we don't need laws, because really it's a cultural issue. If the soul of our society is sick, laws are not going to fix it.
I believe the core of almost all your principles are based in some kind of brutality that isn't actually in your soul, which is weird.
I haven't got the topping of this. So what I would do, like if I was the monarch and I was going to solve this issue, by the means I had as like a dictator or monarch or whatever, I would literally just make it a death penalty offense and immediately no judge, nothing, just you're dead, bang bang.
Do you really wish death on anybody else, Begon? Do you have those feelings all the time?
I told you, I think if you kill someone, you remove their ability to repent. So like you take away their opportunity.
But
do
you believe in thou shalt not kill?
If we're talking about like just murdering somebody, yeah, of course I believe in the 10 Commandments.
What would you do to avoid death? Would you?
I think that it's.
I'm sorry, not avoid murder.
Because like, so the same Old Testament God that gave us the 10 Commandments also commanded the genocide, the scourging of an entire, race is an incorrect term, but I'll just for ease, I'll say race of people and the Canaanites. So there's obviously nuance to God's command of thou shalt not kill. I think he's talking about murder.
I don't think there
act
is.
of killing. The Bible is full of the act of killing, and a lot of it is directly advocated by the God or by God in the Old Testament.
I believe you have twisted your values a bit there, buddy. I think it's a simple sentence that you can't really twist, which is thou shalt not kill. You know? It sounds like moral relativism straight out of Seth's mouth, you know?
Yeah, explain the last plague where every firstborn son was indiscriminately slaughtered.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
So thou shalt not kill. There's some level of grayness to that. I think
No, I don't think there is a grayness to it, and that's the problem. I think that's the problem. You guys morally grandstand, but I think you twist God's commandment all the time. I think you're okay with political violence. I think you're okay with not loving thy neighbor. I think you're okay with like some forms of murder if it's somebody that you don't like. And I want to point out this hypocrisy in you. It would be much easier to just love thy neighbor. Why take all that energy about like all the twisting, all the theory it takes to be what's okay to get rid of in your culture? Where do you make your stand? You spoke very beautifully and poetically tonight about it's the signs of the death of a culture, and I value your statement with that, but I think the twisting of those core values is the death of the culture. I don't think it's Mexicans or black people or gay people or anything that I feel like the right attacks all the time. You know,
the right doesn't attack Mexicans or black people, and since Trump's days, they aren't concerned about gay people either. I mean,
that's true.
Remember, Trump is the first openly pro-gay marriage president we've ever had.
That's true. I have old biases because in my lifetime I've seen right-wingers do stuff like Matthew Shepard. So I get scared of lumping in entire cultures based off of what one person did. But that's what we do. We think, oh, all of the right wing is Matthew Shepard, you know, or not Matthew Shepard, but the people who did Matthew Shepard. And that's not fair. We try to take it on a case-by-case basis. You say to me that the right is far more accepting of these things than they used to be. But in my experience, when you talk to a right-winger about family values, they're going to quote Christianity and God at you, and they're going to tell you about how their religion isn't okay with a lot of these things. So you try to tell me that you...
But from a political expediency...
But 20% of the world is gay. I mean, how do you make a statement like that? That's like saying rain is bad or something like that when it rains 20% of the time. It's sort of crazy. You know, like statistically, it's crazy. You say statistically... Oh, sorry, go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt.
There's a lot more than 20% of the world that's living a life of sin. With the gay thing, no, it's not okay. It'll never.
That
be
judgment
okay.
that you wield so freely, like some sort of weapon, that is not your right. That is only God's right.
Yeah, and God's given us clear directives and commandments, and He's told us what's right and wrong. Okay, God's the ultimate authority and judge and arbiter, and in the end, you have to face judgment when your days.
So we can agree that's God's judgment to make, beg on whether or not like gay is evil. That's God's judgment, not yours.
I didn't say we need to go round the gays up and kill them for no other
But
reason
that
than they are gay.
but
I even explained.
I don't know
that
why we
that's
need to
not-
take it to that place. I just made a statement that 20% of your neighbors are gay. So how can you hate on 1/5 of the entire culture?
Oh, I don't believe that. All my
No, I don't mean you. By the way, I when I say you, Begon, I think you kind of think I'm making some kind of personal indictment of you, but I'm not making a personal indictment of you. You are like one of the better, more grounded right wingers I have ever met. You have your opinions because you come by them logically. That's not something I'm used to with the right. Most of them just say they hate gays and black people. That's been my experience my entire fucking life.
Nobody gives a shit about black people as a no. American inner city black culture is absolute garbage cancer that should be eradicated.
There it is,
I don't
Begon.
mean
You
like-
just inside of the same sentence that I just said, where like this has been my experience with every right winger I've ever said, and you backed it up. You backed up that shitty stereotype, and you said something really horrible that would alienate 1/5 of the
You
human
are
race.
confusing things.
1/5 of the
You're
human
deliberately
race.
misconstruing things.
I'm not misconstruing how many black people there are on the planet. It's 1/5 of the human race, same as gay people, and you are alienating them. I don't understand that action. These are your neighbors.
Inner city black people are not 1/5 of the American race.
They
What are you
are
talking about?
Africans are 1/5 of the human race or something. Yeah, yes, something like that. 18
Yeah.
something.
Africans.
I'm talking about
I'm saying-
black people, Africans, right? Are 1/5 of the human race. When you say things like cleanse the inner cities of the black people, it sounds really scary.
I didn't say cleanse it of the black people.
You did-
See,
you-
you're deliberately taking what I said and you're
Okay,
making
so
it
would you
sound
care to
awful.
rephrase? Would you care to rephrase? I mean, because it sounded like something Hitler would say.
What
And
I said.
you know.
Exactly what I said. It's nothing like what
I'm not
Hitler
trying to
would say.
sweat you,
No,
Begon.
not at all.
I'm not mad at you or even trying to shame you or anything like that, if that helps. You know, I'm still your friend. I'm just trying to.
I said
Yeah.
changing their form, nature, and meaning. That's nothing even remotely close to what I just
I
said.
think my problem is with the core thing is you keep saying they like
I'm
they're
saying
not
blue
the
and you're
human
hearing
race.
yellow.
Yeah.
No, I'm saying blue and you're hearing yellow and then you're repeating orange.
Okay. Okay.
It's nothing even remotely close to what I said. I said inner city black culture, which is not a fucking remotely close to race or people group thing.
What is wrong
is
with
a
inner city
center
black
of-
culture if you were to give them some money? I think what you're talking about
They
is
would-
poverty.
they-
What is the one
would-
uniting factor for all of inner city culture? It's poverty, Begon. It's not the color of their skin.
Not poverty.
It is poverty. What do you think the inner city is? It is poverty. You guys drew the racial line, but there is no racial line to poverty. You know,
No,
there's
there's
poor
racial-
white people too. You know, so
there are poor white people things.
so you blame it on black, but I think your real issue is poverty. I think you have an
blame it
issue
on
with poor people. Because it's poor culture is what you are describing. I don't think there is a racial line that you can draw at African or any other race or anything like that. I think what you're talking about is somebody who's desperate in the ghetto who commits crime.
No, I'm talking about ghetto culture. There's plenty of white people that have picked it up too, and they look like absolute goons doing it. Like it's a cultural thing where, like ghetto culture, I shouldn't have to be described.
Would you
It's
prefer
it's
that
a
they look like
cultural-
Donald Trump? Isn't that just a cultural difference about how you think people should look? Would you prefer that they were buttoned down in a suit or something like that? Is that what you? Is that
There are
the?
a lot of very intelligent, morally good black people. I didn't say anything otherwise.
No, I'm
It's a
saying-
cultural stuff is really bad. That is predominantly in American inner cities.
I
You
think-
get out into the country, you get into small towns, it's not there.
I think that
Okay,
culture
that's-
is
I don't have-
poverty, Begon. I don't think it's Mexican or black or even white or anything like that. It's poverty is your enemy here. I think not you. I think the right wing, the right wing has made other cultures their enemy for some reason, when poverty is actually what I think your real issue is. Do you get what I'm saying?
Other culture are our enemy. All you have to do is look at news articles from other countries. Like, look at.
I'm listening.
Okay. Well, you're not going to like what I'm going to say when I start talking about like higher rape statistics in India.
Yeah, but, like,
all
but-
we have to do is statistics and that come out of other cultures. To go like, yeah, that culture sucks. I don't want to be in that culture. I want that culture to not be a part of this culture.
That I want that culture to be part of the parentage that made America the world's child. I'm okay with 1/7 to 1/10 of all of our culture being Hindu. I'm okay with them from coming from poor poverty cultures and caste systems where poverty might be a reality for them, because that's something that I can relate to in the lower class in America. And yes, I do want that united color in my united colors of Benetton that is America. I do. You don't? I believe in, and I'm going to challenge you on a fundamental level here. I believe in the power of people, not power over people. You know? So why wouldn't 10% of this country being Hindu not make America stronger? Why wouldn't 20, 30, 40% of this country being Latino not make this country stronger? You treat them like they're not your fellow human beings, but they are. You judge their cultures like you're God, but you're not God. You know how messy cultures are. Look at trying to run RimWorld or like even 7 Days. Look at how messy the culture is that you and I have over medkits and ammo, and you hold this over them like it's some kind of shortcoming of their entire race. But I mean, it's just sussing out culture. That's all it is. There's no racial line here. It's only poverty, the haves and the have-nots.
And then you start talking about economics.
I'm done now. Go ahead.
To do with each other.
They do. It's nature versus nurture. It's like nature might leave you with.
Hispanic? There's tons of rich Hispanics. It's nothing to do with whether or not you're Hispanic.
Yes, that's not the point I'm trying to make. I'm saying a bunch of Mexico is experiencing terrible poverty right now, just like America. So you want to lump them in under some racial line, or because they're not legal in this country or something like that? They are still our closest neighbor, and they need our love and support. I don't understand to me the moral. I don't know what you would call it. Something like an abandonment of your morals, but usually most Christians think about, doing unto others. If you do your closest neighbor dirty, and you act like they're an enemy, or even the people in your own inner cities, that is like, the stone that the builder refused will be the head cornerstone, which is what happened in this country. That the Latino vote put Trump in power. Who do you think gave you this election?
For an occupation of our country just like a month ago.
You have a valid point with the occupation of our country, Begon. I've not fought you with that, but it's sort of a dead point when they do comprise 40% of the population. It's like a dead point. Yeah, they came here illegally,
but I don't care about that. I care about illegals and legals.
Well, let's bandy over how bad I might be being right now. Let's see, what percentage does the census think that America is Latino?
I don't know why that matters.
It matters because it's the vote, Begon. Most of them vote. And it's weird because the man who professed to kick them out of this country, 40% of our labor force.
Did you know that? So you understand that
the old style. I get so close to racism here, I can't speak. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Right. Do you not know that congressional seats are awarded based on the state's total population without relevance or without regard to whether or not they're legal? So
you're talking about the electoral vote?
No, Congress seats in our
yes,
2 houses of Congress. The House.
No, Congress is a vote, Begon. You must win the vote to become a congressman.
No. So you have the Senate and the House. If I'm not.
Yes, there's the Senate and the House of the House of Representatives.
The Senate, every state gets 2. Doesn't matter how big or strong you are, y'all get 2. The House is based on population, but it's not legal population. It's simply population, which is something that needs to get fixed. That would solve a lot of this problem. Right
I
now.
really like what you're saying. Yep.
This is literally why Democrats have gone from closed borders to open borders in like 20 years. Why they've done a complete flip-flop on their border policies, because they realized they can just have open borders. They can flood the shit out of California with illegals, and now you have 20 more congressional representatives in a locked blue state.
Yeah, they call that gerrymandering, but in my leftist echo chamber, usually it's the right wing that's guilty of that. You know what I'm saying? What Democrat do you know who gerrymanders?
Republicans and Democrats do it. And
they both do it.
Who does it? Yeah. I'm not gerrymandering. This isn't gerrymandering. This is flooding our country with illegals so they can flip the House, so they can take control of the House. It's a relevant tactic to control this country's government, is flooding the country with illegals in a state where they have no representation.
Can the illegals vote, Begon? Do you believe that illegal voting is going on? Because I'm just asking because you understand why I ask. I'm like, if they are voting, it's a problem. But are these people actually voting? It's not it's like a non-issue.
Matter of fact, no, there are Democrats that are pushing to make them able to vote in the presidential race. That's a well-known fact.
Yes,
they are trying to make these people able to vote.
Did they vote in the last electoral presidency or Senate, though? Because those votes are counted very carefully by people like the Georgia Election Commission, who would not back the Republican lie that the presidency was a steal. And so I wonder sometimes when you get paranoid about their vote, but I'm not so sure these people are voting, are they?
Now, we know the 2020 election was stolen, and more information about that comes out regularly. I think Kash Patel just recently had a big document dump he did where China was using, what were they using? They were using like fake driver's licenses to use fraudulent mail-in voting votes. I didn't read everything about it.
I believe you. I just hadn't heard what their methods were. You know, I didn't believe that it happened.
The Democrat Party received something like, I think it's somewhere between 40 and 60% of their money, their income comes from communist China. No concern, and also and communist China is enacting fraud in our election, which is documented.
Do you know what
is happening?
Do you know what
for the Democrat? So that
go ahead.
You're going to talk about that terrorist?
No, I'm going to talk about EPAC. And this is what Hassan has been beating EPAC for like 3 weeks or something. It's all he talks about. It's the fact that the Israeli war interest is the largest lobby in America.
And this APAC too. I consider them traitors to this nation. I want them.
But this is that same old argument, Begon. Do you understand? That sounds like fucking. It sounds like anti-Semitism. It doesn't matter if it is anti-Semitism, Begon. It stinks like anti-Semitism so bad that you might alienate 20% of the American culture.
The Canaanites that existed there before were not wiped out because the Jews did not listen to God, and the Jews are going to continue suffering until they do fulfill his commandments.
I do not condone anything that you are saying.
I'm going off Old Testament.
I know you are. I'm just saying I don't condone the nature by which you're saying it.
But no, I believe that Israel is really the Jewish people's territory. Just because the Romans kicked them out a long time ago doesn't mean it belongs to.
You mean the Germans?
Philistine. No, the Germans did not kick them out. The Romans did.
The Germans didn't kick the Jews out of Germany, Begon?
At no point have I talked about Germany. Jerusalem.
I know, I'm talking about Germany, and that's the problem. That's what I remember when you bring up the Jewish thing. I think about in the last 100 years, there's been a Holocaust, and your anti-Jewish like rhetoric, it's scary to me because it reminds me of Hitler. And it's irrelevant to the historical thing that you're quoting, yes, but it is the same anti-Semitism.
The Jewish people's claim on Israel. It's theirs eternally. It was given to them by God. They didn't scourge the Canaanites.
Do you believe that America was given to us by God, Begon? Do you believe that America was given to white people by God?
No, I'm not a fucking Mormon.
Okay, I just wondered what your personal beliefs were because I'm okay if you do. I just wondered how deep it goes, you know? That's all.
I think
I don't believe in God ordaining a country to a fucking race. And that's my whole problem with this, is I think white people decided that America was their fucking race, and they stepped over Native Americans and Spanish people and fucking French people and fucking all types of other fucking people to get what they did. And they did the Louisiana Purchase, and they do their Standing Rocks, and they do their stuff. And I don't really understand where that entitlement comes from. What made you think that you're any more important or any more of a say than the Mexican who lives in this country? You are a North American who immigrated here just like that Mexican. What makes you more or less?
Rides in this country. I only care about the illegal ones.
Okay, so but most of them are illegal, aren't they? I don't know what the statistics are.
No, that's such a racist thing to suggest.
It might be. It might be. I don't know what the statistics are. I think all the time that the dividing line in this crazy rightist leftist war was that all the Mexicans are illegal. But my concept of it is that they aren't. You know, so it's like kind of weird.
Like Trump is winning the Hispanic vote. Like Trump has raised the Republican portion.
Trump has the power,
Hispanic
Begon. You understand what makes everything in reality work, right? It's power. It has nothing to do with race.
Black Republican too, because he's done such a great job of reaching out to black people.
Yeah, as he kicks them out of their rally and all that, and all that.
No, he doesn't kick black people out of his rally. That's
he
ridiculous.
did in the first year. He was like, "Get a job." Do you remember? He said, "Get a job." And it's that old racist, good old boy shit. Yeah.
It's not racist.
It is racist to say to a black man at your white rally, predominantly with red hats, to get out of the rally and get a job. It is racist, Begon, and it's why we tried to cost him an election. It is racist.
No, it's not racist.
It is racist. It is sexist to say grab her by the pussy, Begon. So that's how did you alienate 50% of the fucking humanist vote? What is the humanist vote? It's 50% men, 50% women. How are you going to alienate yourself from? How is the right going to alienate themselves from 50% of the genders in this world? I don't really understand it. It's that same old thing that I keep repeating. How do you alienate yourself with 20 to 50% of your culture? How do you do that? It's why we show up at the No Kings protest. It's because we don't really understand how you don't understand that this is your neighbor, you know?
All of them would have been cut, like in any monarchy.
You keep saying them, Begon. They are North Americans just like you. They came over here on the motherfucking boat just like you. They stole the land from the Native Americans just like you with their Standing Rocks and all this bullshit. And they have the same goddamn past of conquistadorialism that you do, that the white people do. And so what makes your right to America any more than a Mexican, right?
What's wrong with the Aztecs?
I didn't mention the Aztecs. I said Native Americans. I suppose the Aztecs are a part of that.
You're talking about Spanish. You're talking about conquistadors.
I'm talking about Cortez the Killer and all this. Yes.
Yeah. Roughly 500 conquistadors because of the Aztecs were so
Donald Trump. It's a conquistador. Yeah, it's somebody who rapes and murders and grabs them by the pussy and grabs land and talks about taking Canada and Mexico and Greenland. It's a conquistador. What's the fucking difference?
Most women, if a rich man comes up and grabs them by the pussy, they'll let him because they want money.
What you're saying just isn't true, is incredibly sexist, and I want your mother to hear what you're saying, Begon. I want your mother to hear it.
I'll say it in front of her right now.
I love you, Begon. I'm just fucking with you. I'm not your enemy. You know what I'm saying? I'm one of the few people who stands here with you as a friend. I think we see eye to eye on a lot of stuff. Like, for instance, I think your family values might actually have been the core of America, and to deny that is folly, you know? So whatever. If you think family values is alienating Mexicans and kicking all the gays out or whatever, then apparently that's what we built this country on. I guess that's what you keep saying, that you want all the illegals out of here. But I mean, our great grandfathers, they didn't have legal right to be here. I don't think they came here looking for a home, just like Mexicans do. What's the difference?
Well, the founding fathers came here looking to escape.
Give us you're tired, you're poor, you're hungry. You know, I can state it like it's some kind of law because they kind of wanted it to be. They they want you to remember it. Begon, give us you're tired, you're poor, you're hungry.
That is not an American value. That is.
Yes, it is. It's on the fucking Statue of Liberty. It might not be an American value. It might be a. Oh, damn it.
That is a French version they put in.
It might be a French. But remember, the French value is fraternity. That's brotherhood. You guys don't believe in brotherhood? Come on, you're right-wingers. You love brotherhood. You like patriotism and brotherhood. These are your brothers. They are your closest brothers to the South.
No, they're not.
Yes, they are.
They're not my neighbors.
Just because you say there's a piece of paper that they don't have doesn't make them any less of a human being than you.
I didn't say human being. They're not an American citizen.
Or less of an American citizen because they don't have a piece of paper that you say that they don't have, that they don't have the same rights as a human being as you do.
Much more than a piece of paper. I didn't say human
I
being.
know.
They
I am minimizing.
No,
yeah.
You're using fallacies that have nothing to do with anything I've said because you have to make an argument.
I'm hitting you with the bleeding heart argument, which is what you always get hit with, is the humanist populist side of your treatment of other races is fucking terrible.
With me, but you keep making these straw men that completely detract from the conversation we're trying to have.
The straw men that I make is what my impression of the right wing is. Do you understand?
You need
I do. What do you think I'm doing here talking to you about right now? That's what I'm doing right here, right now. I'm trying to get a better impression from somebody like you.
Kat, I'm dating with intention to marry a woman from the Philippines. They're basically the Mexico of
Yeah.
Asia, okay?
Have I ever called you a racist, Begon? I call the right wing racist, but I don't call you a racist, do I?
Even if I thought it was possible, even if this was Biden's regime, I would never advocate for her.
You said some scary things when I was a kid about bombing Africa with a nuclear bomb. Why do you say these things, Begon? Was it your father?
I joked about it because it's funny to talk about a nuking country.
It is.
Casually.
So you were doing it for shock value, but see, it was difficult for me not to take such a literal person as yourself and this was an old bias I have with you, but if you were just doing it for shock value, I'll just accept that. But you understand, I have thought of you as a racist because of statements like that when you were very young. I always thought it was somebody else in your life, not you. But that's what the leftist always thinks about racism, is it's like some father figure or something who taught you some things that maybe don't work in the modern age, like alienating yourself from 50% of the human race or 30% of the human race, you know?
You don't mean 50%.
Well, women is 50%. So if you say women should be grabbed by the pussy, that's what they want or whatever, you alienate yourself from 50% of the human race. And I don't mean you, and that's the problem. I don't mean you. You yourself, Begon, are actually a really good example of the right wing. I say it to blow smoke up your ass because I don't truly believe it until I see you prove me different. But I do believe that you're like the best example of a right winger I've ever met because you do have an open mind. It's something that you share with us. You have an open mind. You want to see the statistics indicate something. And I do like opening up a map and looking between point A and point B, you know. But also, you represent the right wing. And you have to understand, we have like 300 years of American bias against the right wing since slavery. And so, and just like you lump me in with all the leftists and everything, I lump you in with the Hitlers.
Right-wing ideal. And
it is to me. It is to me. It's the power and control over another human being. That's totalitarianism, and efficient government and bureaucracy and corporations and hegemony. That is right-wing ideals, patriotism and stuff. It is. It's the domination of other people to make something truly great in the end. You know. In a way, it has a. But most of your right wing speech artists, or I don't know what you would call them, speakers, I guess. Most of your right wing speakers beat on 1776 and Paul Revere and the older American values from a time before we even fought the Civil War yet. And now that might be a terrible bias, you know. I admit that might be a terrible bias and probably unfactual and untrue. But you understand, I have this terrible stereotype, and I'm not the only leftist with this. We lump you in with Hitler all the fucking time. It's not a good look. It's easy for us to write you off, and I don't like it. That's why I'm here having this conversation. You know, try to straddle a little bit, because it's easy to write off the right wing as Hitler as they try to kick the Mexicans out of the country, as they talk about taking over Canada, like they have some fucking like some sort of power over French Canadian land. I don't think we do, or Greenland, or all these things that are conquistador problems, and a Rust player or a 7 Days player would understand this. We need fuel to run our cars, but we don't live in snow. You understand? And this like, patriotism is a core ideal, because fundamentally how I view the right wing is sort of like there's this ideal of God and country. Is that not the right-wing ideal? That's what Margaret Thatcher said anyways.
You forgot the other word that's very important. It's
King.
God, guns, and country.
No, it's God, king, and country, but yeah.
No, we don't have a king in this country. We made this country to get away from a king.
God, king, and country is an old... Well, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Hold on.
There's never God, king, and country.
God, king, and country is a patriotic motto expressing loyalty to one's faith, monarch, and nation. It's a rallying cry often used in times of conflict or national crisis. I have several British friends, so I didn't want to leave them out. But, you know, we are a United Colonies thing, like Starfield. I think we are, you know, and I can speak the right wing language like better than any Gandhi or whatever, right? I think we have a culture based on God-fearing, like, white ideals. And that's what America is, and that's what made it so great, which is fucked up and racist and fucking separatist and crazy and sort of like alienates a whole bunch of other races and stuff, right? But we did build Britain on that. We built a bunch of the Anglo-Saxon empires on that. The Ottomans did that in their empire. The Turks did it. The Go-Turks did it. The Chinese did it. The Russian did it. The Russians did it. They all do this. They had their conquistadorial games. And so for some reason, when I think God, king, and country, Begon, you ever seen V for Vendetta before?
It's been so long ago, I can't remember shit about it.
So I mean, that was sort of an allegory about a right-winger taking over the country who wanted to sort of shed the light on, well, not shed the light, but block the light on the idea that a virus killed a bunch of people in their country. And they had this politician named Adam, and I forget the last name, but it was his name was like Adam, and he was like this. He represents the old monarchy in Britain that has ideals from the 1700s and stuff. And I think we have that problem here in America too. We want to dominate the Native Americans, and we do it all the fucking time. To be fair, we want to dominate the Mexicans, and we do it all the fucking time. To be fair. The Germans did it to the Jews, and we have a lot of Germans in this country. We have a lot of anti-Semites in this country. We have a lot of anti-Mexicans in this country who don't like Latino people. These are old problems that mankind has had since the dawn of mankind.
These are not facts. They're purely opinion, and it's wrong opinion.
You think so? I don't think so. I think that's what America is. We built this. What is on our dollar bill? What is on our dollar bill, right? What does it say?
What, in God we trust?
Yeah, in God we trust. It's kind of the same thing, Begon. It's the same thing as saying, you know, God, king, and country. We are a British monarchy that has like evolved into a democracy, but we still respect kings like Elon more than we do Donald Trump. It's weird. And we have these old style things from hundreds of years ago, like our racism against Mexicans and our sexism against women and our fucking bigotry towards gay people and our bigotry towards Jews and our inability to see Israel for what it is, or, you know, or Palestine for what it is. And I don't know where I'm going with this now. I'm going to stop. Sorry. Shall we go to bed, I guess? I don't know.
Yeah, I'm going to go to bed.
Let's go to bed. I'm sorry. We'll talk more.
Girl. Yeah, there's... Yeah, everything you said in your spiel there, I disagree with, but I'll just end it with the most anti-Semitic phrase I can say. Christ is king. Good night.
Okay. Fuck. Did I recover? I did, I recovered. No, I didn't recover. I recovered my old corpse. Oh god, where is my gyrocopter? It's like way south. Where is my gyrocopter? Oh, mini bike, right? Mini bike. Maybe my helicopter is by my mini bike, maybe.
I think there's always been an element of this online, right? But I think for me, the thing that makes it slop is when it has very, very low quality standards for what you're making. Somebody who's making something that I just disagree with and they don't like a woman, that's not always going to be misogyny slop. But I think it's algorithmically driven at this point now, where we're already primed to dislike, distrust, and disbelieve women, and especially women who have come forward about being victims of something. This is already the idea that is most easy for people to pick up on and think has been what's been in their head all along. It's not introducing something new, it's just reinforcing these existing misogynistic viewpoints.
Before we get into how this ecosystem emerged, I want to go over some of the high-profile women that are often targeted in misogyny slop content. I think the three most prominent women are Blake Lively, Meghan Markle, and Amber Heard. Just to give people a 101, if you're not following what's been going on with Blake Lively and Justin Baldoni, these are both actors that starred in a romance movie called It Ends With Us. And a New York Times article came out a few months ago that basically detailed a bunch of allegations made by Blake Lively that Justin Baldoni had orchestrated an online smear campaign against her, leveraging bot networks and other things to destroy her reputation after she made a bunch of accusations against him on the set, basically alleging sexual harassment and workplace mistreatment, and a bunch of creepy behavior on his part.
Blake claims Justin tried to add graphic new sex scenes without her prior knowledge or consent, and asked for invasive details about what happens when she and Ryan Reynolds are in bed together.
He's responded by essentially
Ryan
engaging
Reynolds
in this smear campaign, releasing a website, trying to release text messages with her, and just going all out against her in the media.
Yeah, it has been very, very successful, and it seems to have started over the course of the summer because she had those complaints on set, but the New York Times article came out at the same time as she filed a complaint with the California Civil Rights Division.
And if you didn't follow the Amber Heard trial from a few years ago, basically Johnny Depp sued Amber Heard for defamation. She had written this article at the height of Me Too, sort of detailing the abuse that she suffered at the hands of Depp, where it was completely anonymized. She didn't use his name, etc. But because she was in this high-profile relationship, people put two and two together. He sued her for it. And ultimately, the lawsuit just devolved into this referendum on her and whether she was a lying, horrible, evil woman. Everybody knew how toxic and horrible that relationship was, but it became this sort of blueprint for how to run a smear campaign against a woman online and how to discredit a woman online by leveraging online attention and the content creator ecosystem.
And even Amber Heard sees the connections between what she experienced and what Blake Lively has experienced. She gave a statement to NBC News saying that she's seen up close exactly how destructive these campaigns campaigns against women can be.
And I feel like we see this stuff against celebrity women all the time. Obviously, Meghan Markle is another target. You see time and time again, a celebrity woman comes out with allegations of wrongdoing or claims that she's been harassed or abused or mistreated in some way, and immediately there is this orchestrated sort of online campaign against her, largely driven by the right-wing media and right-wing influence networks and the misogyny slop ecosystem that we're about to talk about. I talked about in the intro kind of how there's always been sexist, misogynistic content online, but the emergence of this sort of slop ecosystem is new. When did it start to emerge, and what led to the explosion of this type of content?
I really feel like when I first started to notice it was during the Depp versus Heard defamation trial. That is when I started to be a lot more skeptical of the people I was following on YouTube, because I would watch only specific coverage of theirs of certain things, and then all of a sudden I'm seeing these thumbnails in the sidebar, and I don't even have to watch them to know that they think these horrible and terrible things about Amber Heard. But I really feel like there was not as profitable of a hate train or a hate bandwagon on a woman until that Depp versus Heard defamation trial.
This trial comes at a time when there's a massive shift towards algorithmic feeds. So our entire social media ecosystem is increasingly dominated by algorithms and algorithmically driven content. And we started to see the rise of a lot of creator funds and monetization schemes, which I think made this content more profitable on short form platforms outside of YouTube. Like, yes, there was all of these YouTube people feeding it, and I think YouTube is sort of like the hub of it, but a lot of that YouTube content was then spread across Instagram and TikTok and monetized through those creator funds. And I just think back to, I covered that trial and the content around it, and so many people that I talked to, like random meme accounts, were just reposting YouTuber clips because they could easily monetize it thanks to the creator funds.
Yeah, I think that also kind of ties into it being an ecosystem, because you have YouTubers who then will have just, they sit there and they watch a TikTok video, and then the TikTok accounts also have YouTube. Like, it all is very like self-sustaining and self-feeding, but not in a good way, in a way that feels like it's just taking over the entire internet.
And obviously this ecosystem is huge and sprawling, but it is made up of these very distinct interconnected factions that, as you mentioned, feed on each other and kind of amplify each other. And they each play a pretty crucial role in mainstreaming these smear campaigns and hate campaigns against women. So I want to break down exactly who these factions are and how each of them contributes to this greater ecosystem. And to do that, I think the first group that we need to dive into is lawtubers. These are people who make content specifically about legal matters, and some of them have gone to law school, but it seems like none of them have any real expertise in most of the topics that they cover or real experience. How did LawTube emerge as part of the misogyny slop ecosystem?
I do think that a lot of these lawtubers, who are now kind of some of the most famous ones that we think of, they really did make their bones covering Depp versus Heard in 2022 as it was happening. And a lot of them did this either with like these really frequent and terrible uploads, or they would live stream during the trial. And a lot of these people wouldn't even actually live stream every single day of the trial. A lot of them conveniently were not live streaming during Amber Heard's sexual assault testimony. A lot of them who made videos later also did not bother reacting to that.
I think what you mentioned is correct. Like, a lot of these people did exist pre-Amber Heard, but I feel like they were sort of relegated to a small part of YouTube. There wasn't as much attention on the trials that they were covering. I feel like a lot of it was more like niche, nerdy kind of law stuff, or maybe they were trying to cover bigger cases, but they weren't really getting traction. These channels exploded during Depp vs. Heard, and you started to see them getting mainstream media coverage as well. I know Emily D. Baker was profiled in the LA Times. Suddenly, also, I feel like you were seeing these law tubers amplified on mainstream pop culture podcasts too. And these people also fed this ecosystem of TikTokers, right?
Yeah, they absolutely did. And I think that the law tubers have this kind of like, they let the TikTokers borrow some of their credibility, even though, as you said, I don't know how much relevant experience any of these law tubers had. My assumption is if you're a really great lawyer, you're still practicing law and not making YouTube videos. I know there's lots of money in YouTube videos, there's lots of money in misogyny slop, but like, if this is some amazing lawyer, why is what you're doing talking to content? Like, why are you making content?
Yeah, that's what I always think of too. Like, if I was hiring a lawyer, the last lawyer that I would hire is one making like sloppily edited YouTube clickbait. But I think a lot of these people rely on their credentials. They have law in their name, and they sort of cross collaborate with these other people that also, as you mentioned, sort of refer to them as these like expert commentators. But they don't all have such clear backgrounds. I mean, I think the most prominent one that I can think of is Emily D. Baker. Emily D. Baker is a law tuber who gained enormous prominence during the Depp vs. Heard trial, and she has kind of a shady background, in my opinion, right?
Yeah, no, I think so too. And a lot of people who watch her, I think, either don't know this or they just kind of justify it away. But Emily D. Baker is a former DA from Los Angeles, and people know that about her because it is part of her credentials. People will say, I watched Emily D. Baker, she's a former DA, but they don't mention that she was a Republican then, and she is one now. And not even just in like a vague, never Trump conservative kind of way, but in a way that leads her to say things like that Trump's 2020 election conspiracy had merit, and that she wants to flip California red, that she thinks that's possible. And it's not even just that, but she's also like victim blamed Breonna Taylor as well as Megan Thee Stallion. And those are both cases where I would say very plainly that a Black woman was unambiguously a victim of violence. So I think people who are saying that her politics don't come through in her content are kind of fooling themselves if she's willing to make that kind of justification. I think LawTube is full of evil people making evil content, but then they manage to keep the truly evil slips off of people's radar when it happens. Like, Emily D. Baker says, oh, that's why you shouldn't hang around with drug dealers, about Breonna Taylor on a live in her car.
Also, don't run around with drug runners.
But then when she's confronted about it later, she successfully argues, because, again, law, like, these people know how to argue. She successfully argues that she somehow was not victim blaming her, because she never explicitly said that the murder should have happened.
Okay, Emily, sure. Sure. The next group that's part of this sort of misogyny slop ecosystem is body language experts. And these are people that make the rounds in various channels and live streams and pop culture podcasts. Body language has always been this sort of dubious field that's basically made up. And we saw these same types of people leveraged by traditional tabloids back in the day. It's just now that instead of speculating on whether, you know, Jennifer Aniston and Brad Pitt are going to get divorced, these body language experts are using their skills to deduce whether, you know, things like sexual assault happened or other crimes were committed. Can you tell me a little bit about this group of people?
I think body language analysis is always slop, but not necessarily always misogyny slop. Like, I do not think you can glean enough relevant information to actually sit down and make a video about somebody based on their body language and actually be saying anything. A lot of these people, you know, they just don't think about neurodivergent people. They, like, a lot of the times, anytime I'm watching something that's body language, I'm just like, what if this person is autistic? And that's never considered. A friend of mine pointed out that there's a real through line, it feels like, between a lot of the pickup artistry stuff of a few years ago and modern body language analysis content. It's this idea that a woman is secretly telling you something that you should believe more than what her actual words are saying. And I think that's just really pernicious.
It's so pickup artist adjacent because it's like the secret signals that she's sending you, right? Or like, yeah, she was saying no, right? In the case of certain women's, you know, essay cases, but really her body language was, you know, saying yes or whatever. And it's often used to also dismiss claims. Like we saw these people come out around the Amber Heard stuff or around the Blake Lively stuff now saying like, oh, you know, I've analyzed this still frame from this interview that she did and, you know, it shows XYZ secret motivations behind her crusade against this, you know, innocent man.
Yeah, and there's no such thing as like a nervous smile. It's always like duper's delight, they call it, and they're like, oh, look, she looked up and to the left, and that means that she's making something up. And none of them were doing that same level of analysis on like how Johnny Depp was behaving in court. It feels extremely, extremely gendered to me.
I think you mentioned, but at least one high-profile YouTube body language guy has potentially been accused of abuse by his ex-wife. Like, these are not reliable figures in their own right either.
Yeah, absolutely. And I can't imagine how terrifying it would be to be the wife of that guy in general, coming out against somebody who already has a large audience that could be mobilized against you would be terrified. But like, Observe in specific, he has this audience that was primed already to accept whatever most evil reading of a woman's intentions he could come up with. So I